Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cal Club Region SCCA U.S. Nationals, U.S. Majors Tour races. I'm Brian Belansky. Tristan Parker here is with me, and we're getting ready to go do 7 races this afternoon. How you doing, Tristan?
Doing great. Looking forward to the racing, Brian. It's going to be 7 races. We are going to take a break though after this one for lunch. Then we'll be
Yes.
back. So
Yes, so the way this schedule works today, 1 race before lunch, then we're going to take an hour break, come back after lunch to do the rest, and we'll get six in a break, or 3 in a break, and then 3 more after lunch. So this first race up is our large bore group, our GT cars, our A sedans, and our spec Corvettes, big spec Corvette group this weekend, Tristan.
yeah, a very big spec Corvette group. 16 cars out there on the track in this group. Mostly spec Corvettes with a smattering of GT2s and a single GT1 out there as well.
So it is going to be a great afternoon of racing. Right now, our temperatures here at Buttonwillow it's absolutely beautiful outside. I was just out setting up our cameras, and I didn't even need a jacket. The wind has died down. It's 50 degrees right now. It's supposed to get up to 61 degrees. So it's going to be perfect weather, Chamber of Commerce weather, as I said yesterday. And you can see our cars on our pace lap just head through the S's. And so qualifying this morning for these cars. So to qualify for today's races was a combination of 3 sessions. Yesterday's qualifying, yesterday's race, and today's qualifying. So the best time from any of those sessions is what was used to set today's race grids for today's races.
Correct, yes.
All right. Today's races are going to be 16-lap races or 30 minutes. So I won't be putting up the countdown clock unless we know that we're going to get to a timed race. But unless there's a lot of full course caution, that should never come into play today. We should be able to get all of our 16 laps in for each of the race groups.
And this is going to be a split start race, by the way, just in case you were wondering. It'll be the GT grouping with the 1AS. That's Christopher Qualls out there. They'll take group number 1 here in the split, and then the spec Corvettes, of which I think there are 9 spec Corvettes out there right now. They will be following their own grouping as well. So yesterday we did actually have some problems with these groupings, Brian. They were not always immaculate in the split starts, but it looks like they should be a little bit better here today. One straggler there catching up with that first group. That might be Paul Gasson, number 49, the ITE. Should be joining in that first group, and hopefully a nice clean start to the race here today. We had some bumps and bruises yesterday, quite literally, so hopefully not going to see that again.
Yeah, no, it was we had a couple of rough races yesterday. As I've learned, though, most of the cars that had issues yesterday are going to be back today.
Yes, all of them, actually, I think.
Yeah, especially the big race with the most problems was Spec Racer Ford. And I believe all of those cars will be back with us for racing today. There's our pace car coming through the off-ramp. Lights are out. It will get onto the onto the pit road here, and we will get a start here hopefully in just a few seconds, actually.
That is a big split, honestly, between these two groups. The spec Corvettes are just now coming around through the dogleg. But here's the green flag to start off our GT1 GT group, and away they go. Barreling across the line right there. Number 74 car of Ian Barbary taking the immediate lead. John Yesnick slotting in behind him. And yesterday, Ian Barbary had a relatively comfortable race there in the GT2. Just sort of drove it until he couldn't drive it no more. So it was good for him. And then, of course, there's our second group, the Spec Corvettes. They're making their way around right now. Mark LaCour, I believe, is the leader of that second group. But on the S's right now, you'll see those big bore closed wheel cars, the GT2s coming through right there.
Yeah, and you will see that right now in the foreground, though, you'll see some of the water from our previous race weeks and weekends, and a lot of time and a lot of rain out here. But you also see there's wind. You can see the actual brush blowing in the wind, so it's a little windy today.
There's the green flag on the second group as well, and here comes the Spec Corvettes tearing across the line. Mark LaCour leading the pack right there. Donnie York slotting into second place, and then Anthony Jimerson in the number 144 car will follow up there in third. So away they go, and we'll be keeping an eye on them as two distinct races here, Brian, because they really are. But so many Spec Corvettes. We were actually talking about this before the broadcast started, how well the Spec Corvette category seems to have gone. The big fancy trailer right next to the control tower is the Spec Corvette trailer. So it's good to see so many of them out there on the track, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that was an idea of one racer who decided to pitch doing a new class and wrote up the regs and did a really nice job with it. And that's what we have, a nice big smattering of Spec Corvettes this weekend.
And they're always quite fun to watch. They put up good races. And speaking of good races, there was Michael Lewis now leading the overall race. He's a GT1 category car, the only, I think, GT1 category car out there on the track today. Putting in a 146.138, so a great time on the first lap right there. The rest of it sort of shaking out behind him. Ian Barbary, John Yesnick, Wayne Graham. And the next group to keep an eye on here will, of course, be the Spec Corvettes as they come around. But the split working out quite well. They're running in good nick with one another right now.
Michael Lewis had some tough luck yesterday. He was leading one race and got caught right at the end, and he had mechanical problems late in another race. So today he said, I'm going to bring out a different race car altogether. And so today he's racing the GT1 car. I believe that's the Jaguar. Let's see if we've got the info. And yep, that is the Jaguar XKR. And that car's got some Trans Am lineage in it. So that's a former pro car. And we'll see if he can get it to the finish line with that car this weekend.
We will see. I mean, it's a beautiful machine.
It is.
Fair.
It is.
So you love to see it out there running, a very distinctive color scheme as well. Here comes our Spec Corvettes, by the way. That'll be Mark LaCour still holding that lead, then Donnie York there, and close behind him, Anthony Jimerson. Pack developing kind of in the mid area there, number 12 through, let's say, 16 in that grid. So David Holmes is jostling for the position of Anthony Jimerson. And then further back, Darren Griffin looking to move up into 14th overall in the race there by taking out John Wynn. And there comes that Michael Lewis car yet again, powering across the line. Very fast lap, 140.374. So improving on his time, picking up significant speed.
Yeah, and that's a purple lap, so that's the fast lap of the race so far for Michael Lewis. Yeah, that car is moving. No question.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't end in tragedy like it did yesterday when the number 32 car he was in broke down. He was doing really well in that race, and it just did not want to go. So hopefully not the case. The back tail end of that first group coming across right now, Christopher Qualls, Robert Kelly, and then our one ITE and our one T1, that's Paul Gasson and Oscar Jackson, respectively. And then we should be seeing the rest of the Spec Corvettes rolling through not too long after that. And we'll see if any jostling has occurred in their group. Everybody looks pretty comfortable now. I mean, early stages of this race and longer races today. Yesterday was only 25 minutes, right? We add on another 5 here today, so that does change the calculations a little bit on when people are going to do what. And here comes those Spec Corvettes. Mark LaCour opening up a wide lead here over, I believe that's going to be Donnie York, second across the line. Still being chased by Anthony Jimerson, and that order seems to have shaken itself out a fair bit. Darren Griffith, the only one who's really in a chasing position, trying to catch up with John Wynn, about 0.1 of a second. They're separating those two drivers.
Yeah, and that was a pass right there at the start-finish line. So trying to figure out which one was in front at that
It would have been John Wynn got passed.
Yep.
So Darren Griffin will move up in front of John
Wynn.
Again, all battling kind of in that group right there. Of course, it's worth pointing out, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the way the SCCA and Cal Club works, but they are racing within their groups. So the Spec Corvettes are not technically racing against the GT groups. And by the way, neither is the GT1 racing against anybody else. Michael Lewis setting another blistering pace, 137.8. on that last lap. So really putting it on. The only downside here for Michael Lewis is he is going to start running into traffic. He's coming up the back end of the Spec Corvettes now, so he's going to have to start navigating that. And yeah, actually, in fact, might actually see him in a minute coming down through Cotton Corners. He's doing a great job of it, adroitly handling all of that, but he's got another big pack of about 6 spec Corvettes that he's going to have to work his way around here as he just continues powering forward, really putting that car through its paces, driving with a vengeance, honestly.
Yeah, that orange and black Jaguar is just a gorgeous race car, too.
It really
so
is.
if you're here at Buttonwillow, take a time to go and find Michael Lewis's his paddock area and take a look at that car, because that is just one very, very pretty race car. So
Checking in again, seeing if there's any big shifts. And no, everything's pretty stable. I will say Darren Griffin and John Wynn continue kind of battling back and forth. John Wynn has taken his spot back, but Darren Griffin about 0.1 of a second behind again. So just nipping at the heels right there. Similarly, Anthony Jimerson is moving up on the number 63 car of Donnie York. So trying to look for an opening right there where maybe a pass could happen. Significant slowdown in speed, by the way, of Michael Lewis. If you're ever wondering how much traffic can impact a driver, he went from putting up a 137.8 to a 142.469, and almost all of that is because he had to get around other cars in some critical turns, so the speed, by dint of that, I guess, just drops. It's interesting to see it illustrated so starkly.
well, and one of the good things for Lewis is that behind him is a gaggle of 5 GT2 cars. So none of the cars that are really racing him are in his class, and he can take his time going through these Corvettes. He can pick and choose his spots. He's not in a hurry to get through the lap traffic because nobody behind him is racing against him in his class. And so that's probably why I gather if he had to get around them quicker, he probably could. But years of experience is probably affecting his decision making here, because he really doesn't need to get through this group quickly. He'll get through it quick enough, but there's no reason to take any chances early in the race, especially.
I'll tell him that because he's driving like a demon right now. So he might not be feeling the heat from his fellow competitors, but he's got something lighting the fire. Here he comes again. I mean, look, he's just blasting through the next group of Corvettes.
Well, but he's doing it on the straights.
You're right.
He's taking the right times to go blasting past the Corvettes. And of course, if you're in a Jaguar and you see a Corvette in front of you and you can pass it, you're going to go. You're going to go make it happen.
Yeah, so, not to depict him as being irresponsible.
No.
Certainly not. He's handling it exactly how he should be handling it. It's just he is driving with speed. He's not taking it easy out there.
No. I mean, and that car's got to be fun to drive too.
Oh yeah,
so.
It's got to be a great time. Honestly, you'll feel that on every turn, I'm sure.
Dean Taylor's in the chat with us today. Thanks, Dean, for watching. If you're liking all of this, like, subscribe, hit the bell, and helps us bring up those YouTube numbers so we can get more people watching. The more people who watch, the more this pops up in people's feeds.
Yep.
And that is the way the algorithms work.
Lots of other good content on your channel as well, Brian. Don't sell yourself short.
Well, no, I understand that. But I want more people to watch the content.
Yeah,
if it's that good, right?
Yeah, come in, check it out, see everything. You got some good conversations about various aspects of racing out there for people to look at. And it's very entertaining, educational as well. That's what we're all about here.
You had mentioned, for those who might not be familiar with how we do things in the SCCA, where we have the multi-class racing, think IMSA with shorter races.
Yes.
You know, it's the same concept. Each of our races are sprint races, so they're usually 45 minutes or less. Oh, a little breakup, lockup. You can't see it on that camera; it's way off in the distance. But there was a little break lockup going into Grapevine. So each of our races usually has several classes in it, and just like you would if you were watching the Rolex 24 or the Sebring 12-hour, it's just our laps are 24 minutes, not 24 hours. Our races. So.
Indeed. For minutes, not 24 hours. So thankfully.
No, but you haven't lived though until you've broadcast a 24-hour race.
That's true.
It
would be a lot of fun.
It's a ton of fun, and then you sleep for a week.
I love those late night Le Mans stuff.
Yep.
It's some of the best content out there in the racing world.
Absolutely.
They're clearly having a wonderful time.
Yeah. And they're all European, so it's not necessarily appropriate for
it's all
American
very
audiences,
cultured. Yeah,
which makes me very happy.
All very Two old British dudes just
That's
chatting
right.
away.
Just
It's lovely.
chatting
It's
away,
very
telling
relaxing.
stories. So.
Oh, I say. All right. Everything's pretty stable out there on the track. It's honestly a very set, not set race is not quite the right word, but a very sort of stable race at the moment. A little bit of close times up in those Spec Corvettes packs. David Holmes, John Wynn, Darren Griffin have all been kind of in and out of one another's rearview mirrors, but that's about as close as it really gets out here. It looks like Christopher Qualls, unfortunately, he's the only AS car we had out there, has had to pit early or has otherwise been unable to complete the race. So that's an unfortunate loss, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Might actually be him coming in on a tow right now to pit lane. So I think that answers the mystery of what might have happened right there. So an unfortunate end to the day here. For this group, at least for Christopher Qualls. We might actually, I'm pretty sure he races multiple, so we might be seeing him back out again in a different category with a different car.
And also, the first and second place cars, one's a GT1 car, one's a GT2 car, so they're not racing against each other for a class win. But I will say it's interesting to see that Ian Barbieri has been able to kind of keep to that 12-second or so gap between first and second. So he's not letting Michael Lewis pull away, or Michael Lewis is just kind of keeping the gap where it is to preserve the car and the tires and all that kind of stuff. So,
yeah. Well, John Wynn and Darren Griffith continue to go back and forth a little bit here. Darren Griffith is in the hunt, 0.394 seconds behind John Wynn, but that's by far and away our closest competition out there on the track right now in terms of actual positioning. And it does matter for those two. They are both Spec Corvettes. So both of them, I think, kind of loping after Donnie York, who currently sits in third place overall for the Spec Corvette category. The leader for that class, that'll be Mark LaCour in the number 173. We haven't talked about him very much, but he's just been kind of doing his own thing out there quite comfortably. So I don't think there's been a lot to share, honestly, Brian. He's just racing his race.
Yeah, that seems to be the case for a lot of these cars. And, the Corvettes are all just about 3 seconds, 2 seconds. It's kind of a gap between each one of them. And it's hard to make up that little gap if you don't have a partner to do it with. So these Corvettes do draft really well together, but they don't work together quite like the Spec Miatas do or the Spec Racer Fords do.
Right.
And I'd be curious to see if they did, how much faster they would go, and if they could really get used to, or not get used to, but take advantage of the drafting possibilities. Especially on these long, lumbering straights that we have here, the dog leg, while there is a couple of little kind of slight veers on it's a straightaway.
Right.
There's no lifting anywhere there. And it's a really decent opportunity to work with a partner. And I'd be really interested to see how that would work with these Corvettes.
Well, here's an interesting little development from timing and scoring. We're halfway by laps right now, but the race has been going on for about 14 minutes and 30 seconds, so it's not entirely clear which we're going to hit first. In some of our car categories, we know that they hit that timer, almost guaranteed to hit that timer first, right? We'll probably be seeing that with our Formula V cars later on, for example.
Right.
But these big bore closed cars, because they move so fast, they are one of the groups that is capable of doing the 16-lap timeout, so... interesting right there, but we are halfway through, Brian, so let's go ahead and give you a full field rundown here at the halfway mark, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Starting at the top here, race leader number 12, Michael Lewis. In second place, number 74, Ian Barbary. In third place, number 62, John Yesnick. In fourth place, number 91, Wayne Graham. In fifth place, number 41, Brian McMillan. In sixth place, number 173, Mark LaCour. And that's the leader of the Spec Corvette group. Number 7, number 88, Robert Kelly. In 8th, number 144, Anthony Jimerson. In 9th, number 63, Donnie York. In 10th, number 155, John Wynn. And then followed by Darren Griffin, David Holmes, Paul Gasson, John Simon, Kevin Jones, Patrick Howe, Christopher Miranda, and Oscar Jackson.
That is your full field rundown at the halfway point. A good opportunity to thank our title sponsor here. These are the Cal Club US SCCA U.S. Majors Tour races presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. If you need racing brakes, brake parts, and a bunch of other stuff for working on your cars, Porterfield probably has it. And all you have to do is go to porterfield-brakes.com. They ship all over the country. The 88 car going slow here on the front straight. That 88 car is, if I can find him. Well, that's interesting. Do you see an 88 car? Oh, yes, Robert Kelly. Robert Kelly, and I believe that's a Mustang is what I saw there. No, it's a Camaro. It's a Chevy guy. Just hoping it's a Mustang.
No, alas, not today.
I'm a bow tie guy. Sorry. No, Robert Kelly and a Chevy Camaro going a little slow down the back straight here. Let's see if he makes it around. Yeah, I think that might have been him right there. So maybe he's back up to speed a little bit. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Anyway, if you need brake stuff, go to porterfield-brakes.com. They're based here in Southern California, but they ship all over the country. Good people, too. Great customer service. Give them a ring. Hook them up on the internet. They are where you can go to get what you need.
Well, it looks like another car, unfortunately, has to drop out of the race. That'll be Wayne Graham, number 91. Another one of the GT2 category, or the class, I should say, has just dropped behind the wall and is now over to tech. So I'm assuming their race is run for the day. Did cross the halfway mark, though, so at least he gets points for participation. It's just always a bit of a shame to see cars come in before the job is done. Brian McMillan now moving up to 4th place, and so on and so forth. This will put Mark LaCour in the 5th place overall in the race, still leading among the Spec Corvettes. There's Ian Barbary across the line again, followed by Mark LaCour. Things a little bit jumbled right here, just based on where all these cars positioned out, partly because some of our other cars on the track are going so fast, it's all a little bit up and down and sideways right now in terms of order. But a good little grouping here among the Spec Corvettes yet again. John Wynn, Darren Griffith, David Holmes. We've been saying the names a couple of times, and they all continue to be quite tight and racing each other, all trying to catch Donnie York, who's holding the 3rd spot overall in the Spec Corvettes.
Well, and if it's a spec class and you've got your top 5 cars bunched up like that, then I think the spec's working out pretty well. And that's kind of the whole reason people get involved in a spec class, is that they want an equal car and to not have to worry about that part of the equation. And then if you're good, you run up front. And if you're not good, you don't run up front. So it's very much a good test of what your driver capabilities are.
Well, it's always a bit of a quest, right, to get an equal playing field as best you can with your other drivers. I mean, professional car racing demonstrates how wonky things can get when there's a significant difference between your vehicles. So,
what point are you trying to make? Are you referring to some? Oh, there's a big puff of dust there.
yeah, somebody kicked it up.
Yeah, and a little more. Is that dust, or is that there was dust in 2 different distinct areas, which makes me think it might have been smoke.
Well, Michael Lewis has come off the track, by the way.
Really? I say that Michael works so hard and comes out here and sometimes has some really rough luck here. So,
I mean, I'm assuming. I mean, it's unfortunate he won't get the overall race lead. He technically wins in the GT1.
Oh, that's
category.
true. I hadn't thought about it. He's
Yeah.
past halfway. There's no other GT1 cars to
Technically
battle
wins.
with, so
So
this might be more of a save the motor for another day kind of situation. So that makes more
I
sense.
would assume that was what the
Yeah.
decision was, because the way that they're moving around down in tech, it doesn't appear that there's anything immediately or overtly wrong with
No.
the race car.
No.
So he's probably just had it. And I mean, to be fair, he had a good long race. He put up some real blistering laps. I don't think he needs to, push it to the limit. It looks like, I mean, we just hit the 20-minute mark. So my guess is he doesn't want to take it the last 10.
Right.
But that would be my guess. So Ian Barbary, the number 74 car, now moves into that 1st place position. John Yesnick will be stepping up to 2nd. So the GT2s all form a little group of 3 at the lead right now, but the timing between them is massive. So I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of back and forth between them. Ian Barbary here kind of shifting around, doing its thing. And we're just waiting now for number 41, Brian McMillan, to come along the line and officially solidify that new third place positioning. Meanwhile, the number 12 car, he's off and done of his own accord. So, yeah, I don't think it's any technical issues. That said, another car coming out of the race here in the pit lane. We'll try and see who that is. Taking an early dip, and that'll be the number 10 car. I want to say that's probably Oscar Jackson. It is the only T1 on the field. So it looks like some of these gentlemen who are already who are running solo classes today are tapping out at about 20 minutes,
Sure.
which I can't blame them for that one, if I'm being honest, Ryan.
No. Especially if you're running on a limited budget, and if you can run a little fewer laps, then you have to change out the motor quite as soon, not have to change brake pads quite as soon. It's just wear and tear.
Tires,
Exactly.
fuel. I mean, it all adds up, right?
Right.
So yeah, it's not an incomprehensible decision here as we are back up at the line now. Our Spec Corvettes come sailing in. John Wynn still chasing on the heels of Anthony Jimerson, not found the opening yet, and Darren Griffith remains tight on John Wynn. That number 7 car has just never had the opening at quite once here, but not through lack of trying, I must say. After go-round after go-round, still hasn't found the chance to pass. So maybe that's something that'll build. Only about 4 laps. It's 8 minutes or 4 laps to pick your poison here. I'm going to go with a guess and say it's probably going to be the 4 laps to finish, but not by much, honestly, just based on the timing. But Ian Barbary seems to be putting up pretty solid 140 somethings in terms of his time, so that should be the way it rolls out.
And just so everyone at home knows, we're gonna, after this race, it's time out here on the West Coast to grab a lunch break for our quarter workers and all of our volunteer workers. Get them in off their stations, give them a chance to get off their feet for an hour, get some nice warm food in them, and so we'll be taking a break here after this race. And then we are going to come back at approximately 12:10 Pacific time will be when we return to do our last 6 races of the day, of the weekend.
Of the weekend, yeah, we're done and dusted. But worth, by the way, just adding another car has dropped out, and that'll be number 63 car of Donnie York has gone behind the wall. So of our 19 competitors that started the race, 5 of them have pitted before the end. It's interesting, honestly, to see so many cars drop. And it's worth pointing out that of those that have pitted, 1, 2, 3 of them were racing on their own class. So they're not as, I think, prioritized there for completing. But Donnie York was a Spec Corvette who was holding up pretty well. So I'm assuming that's some sort of mechanical fault right there. Meanwhile, Darren Griffith coming across the line, 0.1 of a second behind John Wynn. John Wynn only 0.4 of a second behind Anthony Jimerson. So it is a chase. I'm excited now to keep an eye on that gaggle of cars in the lead of the Spec Corvette category.
Where are they on track at the moment?
Wherefore art thou, Spec Corvettes?
See if we can pick up that race here. 3 laps to go according to timing and scoring.
I believe this is them coming down the dog leg now, and a little bit of a chase. I mean, there's some small gaps, right? Anthony Jimerson is getting chased by John Wynn. Darren Griffith is in there. Big kick up of dust coming up into the Grapevine turn down into the I-5 and the off ramp. So we should, I think, or there's Cotton Corners. So that should give you an idea of what we're talking about right here. That group of 5 have sort of been the main category, except for, of course, I should say, Mark LaCour, who the current leader of the Spec Corvettes, who's just been running his own race. He actually just came across the line. He's recently passed Brian McMillan, one of the GT2s. And here comes the rest of the Spec Corvettes, and there is an attempted pass down here on the line. That'll be the... Never mind, that's John Sesnick. Yes, Nick, I'm sorry, getting in and doing some work. So I was excited there for a second, Brian, but false alarm.
And Mark LaCourt's really putting on a display here because
Doing great.
he's circulating at now about a second and a half faster than the other cars in his class, but his fast lap is almost 3 seconds faster than the second place car here. So he has got that car hooked up, and he is motoring towards a potential class victory here. As we get ready, I think next time by the leader will get the one to go here.
I believe you are correct. We're reaching the tail end of this, but if you're one of these spec Corvettes, now's your time to make your move. I mean, John Wynn is only 0.37 a second behind Anthony Jimerson to take that second place, so the opportunity could develop as they come now down through the dog leg and keeping an eye on it, but it's just not any movement. I say that, though, some speeding up right there as they go up into the grapevine, and I want to say that was Darren Griffith.
Yeah, that fourth place car looked like he wanted to make a move.
No. Somebody's off. I'm not sure who that is. Looks like a white spec Corvette right there, and we lost him. It's
white and green.
Unfortunately, it's the farthest away point of the map of the track from us.
Yeah.
I think that might have been Anthony Jimerson, if I had to say. Cannot confirm one way or the other. We'll get a better idea as they come around the straight, and sure enough, the white flag is out, so we are looking ahead to our last lap. Now let's keep an eye out here and see if we can get the identity of that misfortunate driver, and here they go. And it was, in fact, 144 of Anthony Jimerson. So that is unfortunate right there for one of the spec Corvettes, because now John Wynn and Darren Griffith have made it up. And we'll see now how this develops on this last lap, because, again, Darren Griffith and John Wynn are still very close to one another, so there is opportunity for movement between the two of them, especially now that Anthony Jimerson is out of the picture. That's I changed that little group of four relatively consistently and said Mark LaCour powering around will never be caught by the rest of these spec Corvettes, and Ian Barbary as well, I think, just running the race, aiming to finish it out as efficiently as possible at this point in time.
And Ian Barberi has quietly taken 2 wins this weekend, hasn't he? He was the first place car
took this yesterday as well.
And he will win GT2 again today, and the checkered flag is out for him. And you will see that get waved here in a second. Now it's waving, and Ian Barberi will take the win here in GT2.
A great weekend, honestly, for Ian Barberi for the GT2 category as well. Done very, very well.
And I'm pretty certain we're going to see another car cross the line here, but in a second, the other GT2 car, this is going to be a rather commanding victory for him. And John Yesnick, I would have expected him to come through first, but it looks as though he is slowed down a little bit. But it's a 32-second win for Barberi.
It is, yeah, very, very solid. Let's see what happens here with the remaining spec Corvettes. It looks like John Wynn and Darren Griffith have both come across the line now. Unfortunately, 144 Anthony Jimerson, who just came across the line, had a very rough final lap, went on and off multiple times. So I don't know if that big kind of kerfuffle that he had on the last lap really set a negative tone. But I think we're about done with this race here, Brian, so we'll go ahead and give you a full field rundown here at the tail end of this. So starting in first place, your overall race winner and the winner for the GT2 category is number 74, Ian Barbary. In second place is number 62, John Yesnick. Your overall winner for the Spec Corvette category is in third place. That's number 173, Mark LaCour. In fourth place, number 41, Brian McMillan. In fifth, number 155, John Wynn. In sixth, number 7, Darren Griffith. In seventh, number 71, David Holmes. In eighth, number 144, Anthony Jimerson. In ninth, number 46, John Simon. In 10th, number 107, Christopher Miranda. And then finally, to close it out, Patrick Howe, Kevin Jones, Robert Kelly, and Paul Gasson.
All right, that is going to do it for our first race here before lunch. We are going to take a break. We'll be back here to start our racing action again right around 12:10 Pacific time. The stream will stay up, so you don't have to do anything. Just go grab yourself something to eat. If you're at home, adult beverage is fine. Whatever makes you happy. We're going to come back and do this again in about what would that be? About an hour from now. You are watching the Cal Club SCCA US Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Stay with us. We'll be back. Hello, race fans, and welcome to Buttonwillow Raceway Park live Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors races presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. I'm Brian Polanski. Tristan Parker is here with us, and we are getting back to our race action after our lunch break. Our second race of the day is next, and that is our Wings and Things Formula Cars. Let's get right to our starting grid. Take it away, Tristan.
Oh, yes. Here in Group 2, the big bore open wheel car starting in 15th, Paul McFarland from Goleta, California. In 14th, number 57, Nicholas Coe from Sylmar, California. In 13th, number 29, Christian Ockpish from Santa Barbara, California. In 12th place, number 45, Thomas W. Burt from Woodway, Washington. In 11th, number 64, Noah Hambai from Trabuco Canyon, California. In 10th, number 22, John Geetman from Cave Creek, Arizona. In 9th, number 44, Paul Marino from Chatsworth, California. In 8th, number 13, Kevin Mitz from Campbell, California. Alongside him in 7th is number 37, Corey Condit from Scottsdale, Arizona. In 6th, number 2, Nicole Havadra from Courtenay, British Columbia. In 5th, number 108, Blake Pigeon from Austin, Texas. Alongside them, number 7, Joseph Moran from Laguna Hills, California. In 3rd, number 99, Caleb Schrader from Tigard, Oregon. In 2nd, number 35, Johnny Crean from Kamulea, Hawaii. Kamula. Whew, every time. And first place, your race leader, pole position, number 23, Jim Davenport from Alamo, California.
All right, so there's a big question in this group to figure out whether or not Corey Condit is with us, and why we're asking that question is because this was his car about 2 hours ago.
Yes.
During qualifying. My guess is it was an oil line fire by looking at the color of the smoke. Came around about half the track, and we were all hearing the course workers trying to get him to stop because they knew the car was on fire, but he didn't. And not sure if that car is going to make it here for the start of the race. He was fine. Car might be not so much, but we'll find out here in just a minute.
Yeah, checking out the grid right up until about the 1 minute board, he was not in the grid position, and neither was Christian Ockpish, who I don't actually think ran qualifying this morning, because the qual's times, right, we're taking the times off the race yesterday and the
Correct.
race. They're qualifying yesterday and they're qualifying today, so a variety of choices being brought in there. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't expect to see Corey Condit out there just based on what I saw, which is a little disappointing. But you know, these things happen. At least he's all right.
Yes,
So.
absolutely, absolutely. So now we're waiting to see whether or not we're going to get a green flag here. And Tracy Kane is our starter. And there we go. There is our green flag. We're racing here at the last 6 races of our day.
Oh, that was already a little harum scarum there coming down very
A little
fast.
argy bargy.
Yeah, into that 90-degree turn.
Oh, helter skelter. No, it's different.
Oh,
But, never liked that song, so it's all good. But no, that was a little tight, honestly, going 3 wide at one point in time. It's worth pointing out that a number of the drivers in this category, they are overlapping with a lot of our Spec Racer Ford drivers.
Right.
So Noah Hambai, Paul Marino, Tom W. Burt, and I believe there's one other one lurking around there somewhere. I'm not sure who it is, but all of them also drive Spec Racer Fords. And yesterday, actually, Thomas W. Burt, his Spec Racer Ford was one of the ones that got totaled right at the start line. So he's back out there for his first race today here in these FE2 cars.
And like yesterday, Jim Davenport taking a big lead early in that P1 car. He should do that. That is the fastest car here this weekend. He should drive away from this group. And I don't know if there's another. Oh, there's another P1. Joe Moran might be able to get caught up there as well. But those are your 2 fastest cars here this weekend. So we will we'll watch those. The big race, though, in this group is the race for FE2. That's our biggest subscribed group. And with those being spec cars, the FE2 cars are spec cars. We will we'll keep an eye to see how tight the racing is in FE2.
Right. They're a good competitive bunch, honestly. And as with the Spec Racer Ford drivers, a lot of them know each other, right? They race together in multiple classes. So there's a good level of competition out there for this race.
And here's an interesting start to everything. Caleb Schrader is in an FE2 car. He is in second place overall with four class cars that are not FE2 between him and second place in his class. That's good news for him. He can let those other folks try to negotiate with that. And even as those cars maybe pass him, that just gives a little more time for him to pull away.
It does, yeah. And Caleb Schrader, I think, ran a very effective race yesterday, so I would expect him to be doing something similar today. He's running a 2007 Formula E car. Did really honestly, genuinely quite well. Jim Davenport, trying to remember, I've got to go back and look at my results from yesterday. I'm pretty sure Jim Davenport maybe dipped out early for some reason, if I remember correctly. He does run that. We were talking about this yesterday. He does run that Elon DPO2, so
Right.
a true prototype car that he has out there, and a beautiful machine. In all fairness,
And this is Jim Davenport here as he comes through the off ramp. Yeah, that was a full-on IMSA car at one point in time, and my suspicion is it probably ran the 24 hours of Daytona and the 12 hours of Sebring. So there is some lineage there, which is always pretty cool as well. And Jim Davenport knows how to get that car around the racetrack pretty fast.
uh-oh.
I don't like uh-ohs.
Uh-oh. Well, I was just gonna say there's
Uh-oh,
a
what uh-oh?
bit of an unfortunate moment out there, and we'll keep an eye out as they come across the line. But the number 57 car, so that is Nicholas Coe, who's out there in a FC car, is possibly smoking on the back end. So we might see. Hopefully we won't, but we might see our second
No.
of the day.
He seems to be okay. He's just driven past race control, and he looks fine. I don't see any smoke.
Yeah, he looks
so
a little
hopefully-
slow, but other than that, I didn't see any.
Yeah, I didn't see any smoke either, so I think he's probably okay. Just for reference, yesterday, Jim Davenport and Caleb Schrader were your first, second, and then third was Johnny Crean. So that gives you an idea of what you're looking at right there.
Well, and guess who's in first, second, and third right now?
Guess who?
Davenport, Schrader, and Green. Yeah.
Surprise, surprise. Some races, though, I mean, Joseph Moran and Kevin Mitz back deeper in the pack for fourth and fifth, respectively.
They're relatively close, only about a 0.4 second of a gap between them.
Right.
So there is some opportunity for some battling here. And then honestly, Nicole Havadra is in that mix as well, not very far behind Joseph Moran. So a good little group of three, and that group of four might actually be coming down into the cotton corners just now on your screen. And that's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah.
A relatively tighter little formation, probably the tightest formation we have out there of these cars. Whether or not Nicholas Coe is having some significant problems with his Van Diemen, I don't know, but he has gone much slower, so we'll see if that affects him in the long run. It looks like Corey Condit, John Yeatman, and Christian Ockpish, none of those are racing today, so two Formula E2s and one Formula X or FX car not out there on the track in this group, bringing it down to just 12 racers.
Well, and the unfortunate part about having Christian Ockpish not here today is I don't get to say that name.
Yes.
I love that name. You know, I struggle with a lot of names. I won't speak for you, but
I do.
when there's one like that I get, I love it. So
Very distinctive. I will give it that. There's that number 57 car dropping another position. Is Nicholas Coe, almost down to Paul McFarland there at the back of the pack. I do quite like these FE2 cars, I must admit, Brian. Though I did once read an article about them, and they were described as affordable, coming in at under just $50,000.
well, it's all relative.
It
Because
is all relative, I know.
the P1 car that
Yeah.
Jim Davenport's driving is probably well in excess of $200,000.
I would assume so.
So when you look at it that way,
Exactly. It is affordable. It's
Yes.
just funny.
yes, relatively
Relatively
affordable.
affordable at
There's such a
50K.
thing.
I'm sure you could buy a used. Honestly, you probably actually could buy a used
So-
one for much cheaper than that. To be fair.
We've talked about this a little bit on some of the other. Affordability is also beyond just the price of the initial car.
Correct.
The spec cars they can go for 10, 12, 15, 20 weekends without having to change a motor, without having to change a transmission. And that also lends to the affordability. Some
Very
of these
true.
more expensive cars, you have to do a lot more maintenance, and the maintenance is more expensive to do. So,
You're right.
so it's all part of the package.
Maintenance and preservation of the cars. I mean, this is why we saw in our last race before lunch, or our first race of the day, I should say, before lunch, drivers coming in early, right? When they
Right.
had cleaned up their 20 minutes. I mean, the number 32, number 12 car was doing such a great job, and pitted at 20 minutes because he'd done what he wanted to do. So, speaking of doing what you want to do, Jim Davenport out there. We were just talking about the relatively nice Elon. He is 130.55, which
Yep.
is that's fast. Let's take a look at what he's best. He has outdone himself because his best lap yesterday was a 131.629, and now he's done a 130.55. So good job. I mean, he's tearing it up out there. More problems as well for Nicholas Coe. A spin and continue right there. That number 57 car having a rough race, all things considered. And an even faster time coming around again for Jim Davenport. He shaves a point, what was that? 0.13 of a second off of the overall time right there. So he
That's right.
continues to go faster and faster. You got to admire it. That might be the fastest time, I think, this weekend. I don't think anybody can match that.
Brian Straczynski put in the chat, oof. I'm guessing that was when we put the picture up of Corey Condit's car.
Corey Condit's car on fire. Yeah,
That
it's
would
a
be my
rough
guess.
day. I hope for his sake it's not anything too severe, but
That would be the appropriate, though, response when
That
you
would
see
be,
that,
yeah,
so without
yeah.
any question. There's Jim Davenport coming by. Also the loudest car here in this group, no question. So it's easy to figure out when he's coming down the front straight.
yes, it is. It's not a it doesn't take a lot to guess that one out. But yeah, he's a heck of a driver. I mean, he knows what he's about. So it's always good to see him out there, kind of tearing it up. And again, that Elon is a cool car. I mean, it really genuinely is. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the cars that we see out here on the weekends are cool, but that's a fancy one.
It's a fancy one.
It's a fancy one. Very genuinely, I'm gonna go take a look. I'm genuinely curious because this is something that I should have looked up a long time ago, and I don't actually know what like track records are for Buttonwillow for SCCA, and I always wonder when I see guys tearing it up out there how they're doing in terms of overall track records.
So what's interesting here, and what makes things somewhat difficult in that regard, is that because we have 25 tracks that run in both directions, there's literally a set of track records. There's 50 sets of track records out here. So and let's send out big props to our timing and scoring folks because they're the ones that keep track of all of that, and they do have a spreadsheet for every track configuration.
No, I believe it.
So I got to get my hands on that spreadsheet. And we can definitely share that information with folks.
It's wild, actually. You're totally right. It's just that I had never really thought about that before. But my gosh, yeah, you are 100% correct. There is a fastest lap time for every configuration.
And when we ran that little short West Coast at the last event,
yeah.
I'd thought that maybe that had been a course that was reserved for like schools or clubs or whatever the thing, and I didn't think there'd been any actual SCCA racing on that short a course.
Yeah.
I was quickly corrected because
Of course you
they used to do a school on one half of the racetrack and on the same time run a race on the other half of the racetrack. So there were actually track records for that West course.
Wild.
Yeah, it was really cool. Really cool.
Well, here we go. I think I found it. I'm doing due diligence. I'm genuinely curious. So for the Formula E2, it doesn't actually have one listed.
Okay.
Because of course.
It might be that long since we've done this configuration because the FE2 cars are relatively new.
Yeah.
I think they've been around for they've been around long enough to have an FE and an FE2. But I don't know when the FE2 came in, maybe 2 years ago.
Fair.
So maybe it was 3 years ago. But anyway, we haven't run this configuration in several years.
Well, we were talking about this the other day. Some drivers not huge fans of this particular configuration, right? That's something that we talked about. The counterclockwise is a little uncomfortable for some people, and it certainly has changes in it. I think that do make it more difficult for a lot of drivers.
So I've talked with two drivers since last night, Austin Varco and Brian Schubert. Both of them suggested they didn't like this direction.
Sure.
Austin Varco went in to explain more about why he didn't like it, and essentially going in the other direction, the corners flow better together. You can get a better rhythm, apparently. Here, and I don't know if it's out of a sense that we don't run this as frequent, and maybe that could be part of it, but the sense is that going in the the counterclockwise direction, it doesn't flow as well, and it just doesn't feel as good as a race car driver.
I believe that. I
Yeah.
believe that. I that fits for me, and it goes back to, especially with a lot of these drivers and the Spec Racer Fords. I would say almost in particular, the Spec Racer Fords and the Mazda Miatas, they really like the straightaway into the sunrise turn for their passes, and you can't do that on this one. So you can't do that. Because Sunset Turn is a hard right-hander coming down out of the straight, and you can't really see it on our cameras just because we don't have the angles prevalent, but you can see the drivers when they come by race control slam on the brakes as they come into that first right-hander, and it really interrupts, I think, the rhythm of a lot of the drivers out there. Unfortunately, number 57, who's just had an ill-fated day out there on the racetrack, has encountered some further trouble, spun half on, half off track, will not be continuing, tow needed. So I don't know if Nicholas Coe suffered some sort of damage earlier on when we were talking about him showing flames, but
Right.
I'm assuming that might have bogged him down right there.
Yeah, anything's possible.
We can have a fun discussion, by the way, of if this is going to be finished on laps or if this is going to be finished on time. Now, I think we both know the answer here, Brian, just based on the time.
Yeah, this one should definitely finish on laps.
We are halfway on laps.
Yeah, and this is our fastest race group of the weekend. So, and since we're halfway on laps, you know what that means.
That does mean it is time for a full field rundown here, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Porterfield Racing Brake Pads are a great value, good quality, and they're about more than just racing brake pads. You can check out their website, see everything that they have. But let's do your full field rundown here at the halfway point. In first place, no surprises, number 23, Jim Davenport. In second place, number 35, Johnny Crean. In third place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In fourth, number 2, Nicole Havadra, having a good race today. In fifth, number 13, Kevin Mitz. In fourth, number 44, Paul Marino. Seventh is number 64, Noah Hambayi. In eighth, number 7, Joseph Moran. Ninth is number 45, Thomas W. Burt. 10th is number 108, Blake Pigeon. And then number 11 is number 53, Paul McFarland. Let's go up and take a look now at some interesting developments here. The biggest and most interesting one is the Johnny Creon Caleb Schrader show off here for second place overall. Now, Johnny Creon is driving a P1 car, so he's in I believe, a 2017 Dauntless Store. So he's got a nice piece of kit. Meanwhile, his opponent there has I want to say just an FE2.
Yep.
Yeah. So yesterday, Caleb Schrader took that second place spot, but today Johnny Creon is giving him a run for his money.
Yeah, that's that Johnny Crean car is so well put together, and he's been around for many, many years here as well. And it really is kind of surprising to me that FE2 car is hanging up there as quickly as they are. So,
Creon, yeah, It's Crean.
Johnny Crean. Johnny Crean.
This is where some of my classical education betrays me. Allow me to explain myself. There's a famous set of plays about a guy called Oedipus, and his uncle is a guy named Creon, who's spelled Creon.
There you go.
So I see Crean. I think, yeah, Creon. But there you go. Anyway, Johnny Crean there in the Dauntless. In the Dauntless Store.
Group number 3 cars to the grid. Race group 3 to the grid.
We'll take a quick look right there too and see how they're developing. Because 0.8 of a second there for Caleb Schrader, who's just behind him. And again, yesterday Caleb Schrader really did a spectacular job in the FE2. So we know that he has the potential to get around him. It's just a matter of will he find the time.
And the key, which is really good for Schrader, is that now there's still 2 cars between him and the second place car of Paul Moreno in FE2. So the longer he can keep ahead of the Formula Atlanta car of Nicole Havadra and the P2 car of Kevin Mitz, that is just extending the opportunity to keep Paul Marino from challenging for the win in that class. So it's smart to do what he's doing, and it's hopefully the racecraft. I'm sure he's hoping that racecraft will work out for him when it comes to the end of this race in 6 laps.
Yeah, I doubt very much he's even checking his rearview mirrors there to see if he's getting caught up by Paul Marino. I mean, he's racing his own race. The the issue I think that he's gonna have is just closing that distance, right? Because Johnny Crean, when they just came by on the start line, the gap had opened up to about 1.17. So Johnny Crean knows that he's got a decent lead. He knows that he holds on to it, and there isn't, I don't think, the advantage of something like a lot of traffic on there. Johnny Crean's just not going to hit it. And actually, coming down the dog leg right now, Johnny Crean has opened up that gap pretty significantly.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of interesting how the whole thing here is playing out, and you know, Johnny Crean's got to try to get something going here to catch up with Davenport, and I don't think there's a chance at this point, unless there's a problem with the 23 car, for Johnny Crean to catch up. But you know what? We've seen crazier things happen, so we'll keep plugging away here and see what the deal is.
Yeah, we certainly have. I mean, talking about one of our races yesterday where there was somebody in the lead the entire time and they lost it literally on, the last 3 turns. So here comes Johnny Crean tearing across the line. Caleb Schrader there now 2 seconds in the gap between them. So Caleb Schrader falling back and back and back right now and just doesn't seem to have the wherewithal to make it up quite yet. 5 laps to go. So if he's going to find the oomph in that FE2, he's got to find it pretty quick. Because Johnny Crean seems very comfortable with the speed that he's going at. Speaking of speed, Jim Davenport has slowed down by a good 4-ish seconds. So that, I think, is a product of him overtaking quite a bit of traffic. But he's doing his thing. I mean, he's well ahead of Johnny Crean at this point in time.
Right.
He might even lap Johnny Crean now that I look at it.
Right. So, yeah, that could be or it could be just that he's so far ahead that he can start taking it easy.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're looking
And, kind of just slow pedal it home here for the final 4 laps. At 19 minutes to go, or 10 minutes or so to go on the clock, 4 laps to go, we're definitely going to finish this thing under laps. So.
One other potential issue out there right now, the number 7 car of Joseph Moran, one of our only P1, or no, one of our P1s, going quite slow and might actually be pulling into the pits right now. And sure enough, there he is. So that, again, Joseph Moran in that number 7 car, perhaps suffering some sort of technical issue. Won't be out there for much longer by the looks of it. Might even come in behind the wall. We'll keep an eye on it down here. That gap between Caleb Schrader and Johnny Crean, just in case you were wondering, now 1.5 seconds. And sure enough, here comes the number 7 car behind the wall. So it does look like that'll be Joseph Moran's race day ended right there. Yeah, noticeable decrease in speed, so something must have gone down.
Definitely.
Nicole Havdra, by the way, Havdra, they're managing to hold off Kevin Mitz, though a 0.49 gap between them is turning into a bit of a battle down there. Both of them just set their fastest lap time here. It'll be a 1.38967 for Kevin Mitz, creeping up on a 1.39.566 of Nicole Havdra. So that's a one to keep an eye on there as well. Basically, 2nd and 3rd and 5th and 4th are really where our majority of our competition is happening out there on the track right now.
And with 3 laps to go, I'd like to remind everybody that our coverage here is brought to you this weekend by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Appreciate all of their help and their effort to get us our live stream here. Without them, we couldn't do it. They do racing brakes and a whole lot more. Check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. They ship all over the country, so it's not just for folks here out in SoCal, people. You can get out there and get some brakes if you need them. Call or check them out online, porterfield-brakes.com. Also want to remind everybody that you can watch the Inside the SCCA podcast Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. We have guests and topics from all over the SCCA, not just road racing. We talk about solo and rally and all the other stuff as well. So check that out Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And then we also replay it on the podcast. It comes at Friday mornings like it has for almost 2 years now.
So Caleb Schrader is closing his gap down to a 1.14. Kevin Mitz is widening on Nicole Vadra's backs. That'll be 0.75 there in terms of the two of them. So
right.
not sure we'll actually see movement from either of those, to be honest, which is a bit disappointing, honestly, because Caleb Schrader has run a very nice race here in that FE2, way ahead of his competition, but just not quite able to get around for the overall race placement. But we'll still comfortably, I will say, comfortably finish as the leader for the FE2 group.
Yeah, doing math is not my strong point, but it looks to me, if I'm doing my math correctly, that he's about a 25, 26-second lead between Schrader and the second-place car of Paul Marino, and there's a couple of cars between the two of them in different classes. So with 2 to go, that is, if you were to look up comfortable in the dictionary, that would you put a picture of Caleb Schrader right there next to it.
He's perfectly happy. I mean, it does get to the point, and this is something that we talk about, I think, every once in a while. It does get to the point where all you have to do is just not mess up.
You know, all you have to do is just hold your lines, right? Drive a good, clean race. Don't get a wheel off or anything.
And most of these guys, I mean, they're perfectly capable of doing it, right? They do it all the time, so should be fine. White flag is out, by the way. Jim Davenport is going around for his final lap here. His fastest time overall still remains that 1:30.427. Should be what he finishes on right there. Here comes Nicole Havarda and Kevin Mitz. Kevin Mitz now down to a second between the two of them, so I don't think he'll be catching on this final lap. That leaves the rest of the field. Paul Marino, Noah Hambai, Thomas Burt, the Spec Racer Ford crew. Could be burning through here any second now. A nice, smooth race here from our Group 2 big bore cars. Very clean, Brian. No real major issues. The only car that suffered any sort of mishap was Nicholas Coe in that number 57. Of course, Joseph Moran did set out on the technical for number 7, but not in a dramatic fashion. So. Any minute now, we should be seeing Davenport coming down the line. Checkered flag will be prepared, and there it is. And there is your race leader coming across in fine fashion. There you go. Jim Davenport clearing it out. We wait to see the second and third.
The fact that we have to wait such
a
long time to tell you when the next car is going to come through, I think should be indicative. There they are.
Coming across the line right now, Johnny Crean and Caleb Schrader. And it does look like Johnny Crean was able to stave off Caleb Schrader's attempts there in the final stretch.
All right.
That, I think, brings us to the end of this race, so we'll go ahead and run you through our full field rundown here, starting with your race winner, the number 1 car, number 23, Jim Davenport. Your second place car, number 35, John Crean. And your third place car, John Crean. Your third place car, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In fourth, number 2, Nicole Havarda. In fifth place, number 13, Kevin Mitz. In sixth, number 44, Paul Marino. In seventh, number 64, Noah Hambai. In eighth, number 45, Thomas W. Burt. In ninth, number 108, Blake Pigeon. In 10th, number 53, Paul McFarland. And that is your full field rundown there at the end of the race.
All right, that's going to do it for race number 2. We got race 3 coming up in just a bit. So we're going to take a short break, catch our breath, and then we will come out and do it again. Stay with us. You're watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors at Buttonwillow Raceway Park live, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Check them out. We'll be right back. Race Group 3 is about to get underway. Live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, Brian Belansky, Tristan Smith. I see, my best friend's Tristan Smith.
It's all good.
Tristan Parker.
Yes.
The Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors. Brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. We're ready to go here. This should be a good one.
Should be a good one. Yeah, this is an interesting grouping. So was entertaining yesterday. It's the small DOT closed wheels course, and a lot of racers out there today. We'll see if this list shifts at all, because we have had some people who haven't been able to participate on day number 2. But let's just go ahead and run you through the grid really fast. So we have 19 cars entered in this category, starting with number 19, number 38 car of Christina Etherington from Las Vegas, Nevada. In 18th, number 98, David Zink from Henderson, Nevada. In 17th, number 36, Tony Karatsus from San Jose, California. In 16th, number 52, Dale Shoemaker from Henderson, Nevada. In 15th, number 33, Philip Clark from Oceanside, California. Alongside him, number 43, Norm Benson from Pasos Robles, California. In 13th overall, lucky number 13, it's the 17 car of James Bishop from Clovis, California. Alongside them, number 78, Izzy Sanchez from San Mateo, California. In 11th, it's number 116, Ryan Gutiel from Madera, California. In 10th, number 67, John Davies from Hood River, Oregon. In 9th, number 31, Antonio Zarcone from Las Vegas, Nevada. In 8th, number 10, Oscar Jackson from Chino, California. In 7th, number 25, Michael Newmeyer from San Mateo, California. In 6th, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh from Glendora, California. In 5th, number 10, Wesley Molno from Glendora, California. In 4th, number 6, Scott Graham from Irvine, California. In 3rd, number 62, Christopher Qualls from West Los Angeles, California. In 2nd, number 15, yesterday's race winner, Wolfgang Micah from Santa Barbara, California. And then your pole position race leader, it's number 32, Michael Lewis from Poway, California.
Nice big race group here, flowing effortlessly through Cotton Corners. This is the last time they flow through there effortlessly for 16 laps. That's what we're going to go today. Hopefully get the whole 16 in. We have 16 laps or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. But we should be able to get, barring any argy-bargy, we should be able to get the all those 16 laps in. So, all right, lights are out on the pace car. The pace car is on pit lane. On the front straight right now, we're starting to see our cars shuffle on 2 by 2. We'll see if the starter likes what they see, and if they do, they will wave the green flag. And here we go. It looks like we're going to get it, and we do. Green flag is out.
Well, they are right across the line right there at the start and racing in fine fashion. Now, yesterday, this was an interesting race because it came down to basically the last lap for the overall race winner. And that was when I believe it was Michael Lewis right there was holding off Wolfgang Micah up until the very end. And if I remember correctly, it was Wolfgang Micah who kind of slid around Michael Lewis and won it out. And to start us off here, interesting to note, and I'm actually surprised by this, it doesn't look like Michael Lewis started. I thought that he was out there. I thought I saw the car, but no, he's not. So it's the number 15 car of Wolfgang Micah who is in the lead.
He was driving in, supposed to start into, I believe, is the one that he had some issues with yesterday. So it's possible that they didn't get that switch, and he just moved to GT1 for the earlier race because he did run the Jaguar in race 1 in GT1. So, although, yeah, it does look like.
I thought he was out here today, but you're right. It is that number 32 car, which is the one that he had issues with last night or on yesterday afternoon, right, when he was coming down the tail end of the race and he had to pull off. So unfortunate. Then I guess that we're not going to see another exciting race between Wolfgang and Michael out here on the track, but that's all right. See if Christopher Qualls, the other GT3, can sort of make up for the difference right there. The majority of this category populated by STLs. But there's a handful of GT3s and a number of other T4s, T2s, T3s sort of lurking around this lineup as well.
And here they come to complete their first race lap. That is actually Michael Lewis.
Okay.
So sometimes
Might have been
timing and scoring glitches on that opening lap and
Transponder issue
yeah,
as well. That's
so-
happened before this weekend. We've actually had a lot of problems with transponders this weekend. But sometimes when you get all those cars stacked up together right at the start, things don't get picked up. So Michael Lewis is out there. We will see Wolfgang Mike chasing after him with about a 2.921 gap to start us off. So that's the target there for him to make up in that number 15 car. Deeper down in the lineup, Wesley Molno, who did not race yesterday, is out here on the track, and there's a little bit of competition between him and Todd Launchbaugh. They're both chasing after Christopher Qualls. And then similarly, even deeper as we go down, 8th, 9th, 10th, Ryan Gutiel, Izzy Sanchez, Michael Newmeyer, and James Bishop are all in a pack down there in the lower mid-table region. So we'll see if they pull out a race here as well.
It is lining up to be at least as it was at the start of yesterday's race with Lewis, Mike, Qualls right there up front. Wesley Molno in that STL car, that's a Mazda MX5 car, and that thing is quick as can be too. So not quick enough to beat the GT3 cars, but quick enough that they'll put on a good show, especially with Todd Launchbaugh and John Davies right behind him. So.
Yeah, totally. They put on a good show yesterday, so the hope is genuinely there that they will demonstrate it again, and I think they're well within the capability of doing it. We know for a fact. So
it's been interesting this weekend. We've got some high car counts in classes we don't typically see high car counts in. We don't always have a bunch of GT3 cars out here. Fantastic to see those. The STL cars, we usually have a pretty good contingency of those STL cars. So nice big 19-car field to start this race. So pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely fun to watch. I couldn't agree more. And it, like I said, they're a competitive bunch. They should give us a bit of a treat here. I do want to point out, of course, as I was saying earlier yesterday, it did not seem like a very competitive race until the very kind of last lap or so when the white flag came out for those lead spots. There was a fair amount of back and forth in the lower tiers, and I think that's probably what we'll see here as well as we go along here tonight. I would be very surprised or this afternoon, I should say, be very surprised if we don't see a fair amount of push and pull here among the lower tier drivers.
Well, and it already shaping up to be a good battle is the STL battle with Molno, Launchbaugh, and Davies. The gap between first and third, and these are all podium positions in the same class, is a grand total of 1.1 seconds. So those three cars will see what they can do here. But if they can hook up, and not too far back, only about 4 seconds back, is Ryan Gutiel in the 116 car. So that will be the race to watch at the moment. In the GT3 class up front, you've got a gap of 5 seconds back to second place and then 7 seconds back to third place. So not quite as competitive at the front of the GT3 pack, but that always can change as we go through the day here.
Oh, definitely. It can change, and it almost certainly will change. So keep an eye on some of these packs. They're coming down the dog leg right there, and there comes Michael Lewis pounding his way through over the line. Not his fastest lap, but a fast one nonetheless. Wolfgang now a full 6.2 seconds behind Michael Lewis, so I don't know that we're going to see those same fireworks restart. I'd be surprised, just given the pacing. But again, stranger things have happened. Christopher Qualls through now, and here comes Wesley Molno, Todd Launchbaugh. Todd Launchbaugh right on the backside of Wesley Molno right there, trying to find an opening as they came down the straightaway, tucked down to the inside of the track, and then went back to the outside and slipped in behind Wesley Molno again. So I think trying to get the best out of the draft there as far as they can. And we'll get another look at them when they come across our cameras in a minute. Here we can see how that's shaping up. Deeper down in the order, Ryan Gutiel, Michael Newmeyer fighting for 8th, respectively. Fortunately for John Davies, who's sitting in 3rd place in the STL category, he's relatively protected. He's got the car of Oscar Jackson between him and Ryan Gutiel, so he shouldn't have to worry too much about any developments coming up from behind him. where is that second group? That's the one I'm watching for here, right here. That Wesley Molno, Todd Launchbaugh grouping is, I think, the most curious one, and they should have just come by, or should be
Here we
just
go.
coming by.
There we go.
And
Right
here's
there,
the opportunity for the pass. That'll be that'll be Todd Launchbaugh speeding up right there, using that straightaway to kind of hit a maximum speed, and he can't finish it. He tries to get in underneath as they head up to the grapevine. He will not find it. Good little bit of defensive driving right there by Wesley Molno to hold him off. Just shut down the passing lane quite easily. And when they came down through the cotton corners, which you should have just be about seeing here, that little bit of elevation change has also bought Wesley Molno some time. And I think he might have held him off there, though. Who knows? When they go back around the second time, well, you know where the pass is going to be. So gives you something to think about. In fact, up into the grapevine there, coming off of the straight, that's been one of our most popular passing spots all weekend. And here's the other popular one, is just straight down the straight away. Here comes those two cars across the line right now. So Wesley Molno, Todd Launchbaugh, 0.3 of a second behind them. Todd looking for an opening again on the straight, won't find it. Wesley Molno continuing to stave him off there.
And here you can see the kind of the back cap of that STL field coming through now. And it's just, this is the typical thing you're going to get out of STL, is that's a really tight grouped cars. Many of them are MX5 cars or Spec Miatas that have been reconfigured to run in STL. So these are guys and gals who run together on the regular and in multiple classes. So they all know each other really well, and most of the time they enjoy racing with each other. But it is very interesting to see how they play out when the rules aren't quite as tight as they are in Spec Miata.
Well. You're very true. I mean, you're right. I don't have much to add, honestly, because the STLs are very competitive. And speaking of competition, here we go again. And this time, it looks like the pathway there is open. Todd Launchbaugh will get around on the inside edge there of Wesley Molno. There's nothing Mr. Molno can do about it in that particular circumstance, but he's not giving him a moment to rest. He tries challenging him again at the top of the grapevine, and once more, we go back to that Cotton Corners cam, and there you'll see the two of them, those two white cars. Unfortunately, they're very visually similar, Brian, so it can be a little confusing, but there was a pass, and I doubt very much they're done. Here comes the second part of the pass. Oh, that's spicy. Side by side there coming down.
And we should keep an eye on the orange car. I want to pick up its number when it comes by. That car has been on the move, made several passes. He made a pass going through the dog leg the previous lap, and then he just did it again here. Whoever that is, and I'll get that number here in just a second. They are really, really going quick here.
Michael Newmeyer.
Yeah, Michael Newmeyer.
Wow. He's come out of nowhere.
And it's interesting. He must have had an issue maybe because the timing and scoring is showing that he hasn't made up any positions in this race. But I just saw him pass 3 or 4 cars.
I think he dropped and came back up.
That may very well be the case. So he's on the move to get back to at least his starting order. And John Davies should also, let's point out, he has gone up 4 spots since the start of the race. So he started 10th, and he is now in 6th.
Yeah. Now he's got Michael Newmeyer to worry about eventually.
Yes,
I mean, there's a pretty big gap between the two of them, but it's one that I don't think is entirely insurmountable given our time here. I will also add it's quite funny. All 3 of the leading cars in the STL category are white.
Of course.
So it's one of them has a black door and the other is a silvery white, but they're all white.
Yeah.
So Todd Launchbaugh was leading when they came across the line, but Wesley Molno had not given him a lot of breathing room. And again, they're going through, and I can still see it is still Todd Launchbaugh who's in the lead. And we'll see if Wesley Molno tries again as they come up into the grapevine. But no, almost as if Wesley Molno maybe is thinking about playing this in a little bit of a holding pattern sort of way. I don't think he's quite ready to attempt the pass just yet. And to be fair, Brian, he's got a lot of race time. He's got plenty of time to make moves.
And, when there are 3 cars in first, second, and third, and they're all white, I wonder what I did to mess with the racing gods, with the announcer gods. I mean,
it's hard enough as it is.
Oh, it really is. It really is. So.
That's why they slap them with all those stickers in NASCAR. That's the only way you tell them apart.
And there comes number 62, Christopher Qualls, across the line, holding it in the third place, the GT3s, and a gap opening up here between Todd Launchbaugh and his opponent, Wesley Molno, of about 0.9 of a second. So a little bit of expansion there between the two of them. Keeping an eye on Michael Newmeyer, but his time has really not changed. The gap between him and the third place of John Davies remains about the same. And honestly, the entirety of the STLs and T4s down here at the bottom are kind of falling into their rhythm just a little bit, except for up on the top deck between Molno and Launchbaugh. That's the one to keep an eye on.
So did you know that people can come out here and watch the races and volunteer and be part of the whole thing?
I did.
Of
did
course
know
you
that.
did.
Of course I
you
did.
But I wonder if the
I'm
people on
right
our
here.
stream know that.
I don't know if the people on our stream know that. It's a very good good question. But in case you are interested, you can find information about coming out here to Buttonwillow to our races to volunteer on the Cal Club website. I think it is literally calclub.com.
It is.
Volunteer, come on out, see the sites, see the cars, help out. We've got all sorts of interesting positions out here. Everything you could possibly want to do: timing, race control. We need flaggers. We got tech guys. We got the whole 9 yards. Even just registration. Always need more people to help us with our races out here. So it'd be lovely if you're interested in joining us, become a member of the SCCA, and get out here and have some fun. Great group of people.
It is. It is. We have a good time, and you get to come out and play with cars, and you know, the weather today is beautiful. Now, I will say, we do this whether the weather's good or bad. So don't use that as your determining factor if you want to come out. But it's all good, and we'd love to have you come out. And if you are interested in doing it out here in Southern California, again, calclub.com. Nationally, if you're not from this area, I'm sure there's a region near you that would love to have you come out. Go to SCCA.com, and there's a region locator, and you can find the right people to talk to. So.
Oh, that's a very good point. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not exclusive, and as you can tell, there are many members from outside of Cal Club who are here racing this weekend. So it is not a purely a Cal Club affair.
Correct. Yeah. This race attracts people from all over the West Coast and Hawaii. Yeah, whatever that is. Michael,
I'm gonna look it up.
Michael Lewis has got a 6-second lead in GT3 over Wolfgang Mike. Second place, 28 seconds, or third place, 28 seconds back is Christopher Qualls. Then I'm looking at our STL battle, and it's a doozy, folks. Todd Launchbaugh is in first place in STL, and only 0.2 of a second back, you've got Wesley Molno. These guys race a lot in Spec Miata too, so they know each other really well. And then about 4 seconds back to John Davies in third place in STL. Looking at your T4 battle, Oscar Jackson is your leader in T4. He has only a 0.4 of a second lead over Izzy Sanchez. So that's pretty cool there as well. Your STU race leader is James Bishop. And then moving back, you got a T2 car, Norm Benson. So I feel like I've given you most of the full field rundown. We'll take a breath and then do the whole thing again.
For sure. Let's go
I don't know
ahead
what got
and
into
do
me.
it here
Crazy talk.
No, it's good. Let's go ahead and run it through. Why not? So starting at the top, your race leader, number 32, Michael Lewis. In second place, number 15, Wolfgang Micah. In third, it's Christopher Qualls. In fourth, Todd Launchbaugh. In fifth, Wesley Molno, who is creeping up on Todd Launchbaugh for what it's worth. In sixth, John Davies. On seventh, Michael Newmeyer. Eighth, Ryan Gutiel. Ninth, Oscar Jackson. 10th, Izzy Sanchez. 11th, James Bishop. 12th, Norman Benson. 13th, Philip Clark. 14th, Dale Shoemaker. 15th, David Zink. 16th, Christina Etherington. That'll be the bottom of the grid right there. So the race continuing apace.
Yeah, we're gonna probably make it on time without too much problems. I'm hoping.
I would say
Make it on
so.
laps, I should say. Yep, that's the halfway point officially. Cal Club's SCCA U.S. Majors Tours brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. They sell brakes and brake stuff and a whole bunch of other race-related doodads and gadgets as well. Check them out at porterfield-brakes.com. They ship all over the U.S., so even if you're not in SoCal, they can hook you up.
It's Kumwela. Kumwela?
Kumwela, Hawaii.
It
honestly looks beautiful.
I'm sure it does.
So I got distracted when you were running through the field because I saw pictures of Camuela and I was like, oh boy, what a place to live.
We're going to start doing our remote broadcasts from
Yeah,
Camuela,
Camuela.
Hawaii. I don't think that's in the budget, so
Is it humid in Hawaii? It's been a few years since I've been there.
I don't know.
Anyway, number
I don't know.
32 car of Michael Lewis there crossing the line. Fastest lap for Michael Lewis, still that second lap of 151.523. But no, I don't think any surprise victories from Wolfgang Micah are necessarily in the cards, considering he's at 7.7 gap right now. But I continue to be interested with what Wesley Molno is going to do, because he's very close to the back end of Launch Ball. And we'll see them, I think, as they come again through here. So unless something unfortunate were to happen, and I think this is, that'll be the number 62 car of Christopher Qualls there coming across the line. So I would expect, and here they come, Launch Ball and Molno one more time, but not quite side by side. Molno just tucked in behind right there, very close. And here, maybe he tries to kick out. He'll go to the inside. He was definitely thinking about it, Brian. But again, that's that 90-degree right-hander coming into action, because we've seen multiple drivers this weekend kick out to the inside of the track as they approach that sunset turn and then think better of the decision and slide right back in behind their opponent. And that's what Wesley Molno did right there.
And here they are coming through the S's with that front nose-to-tail draft operation going on again. And that's how you do two things. One, that's how you go fast, and that's how you extend the lead over John Davies to 9.6 seconds. So, and what that means is when we get down to the last couple laps of this race, Launchball and Molno can race hard against each other without any worries of getting or finishing any worse than first and second in their class, as long as they don't come together and take each other out. But that is what they're both hoping to accomplish here, is to be able to extend a big enough lead to be able to go forward and not have any problems. Here they are coming through the dog leg. You can see them there. That gap's a couple of car lengths, but then when they come onto the main straight, usually the gap has been shut down a little bit. So there you see them off in the distance climbing up towards Grapevine. They'll come over the hill and then come down into Cotton Corners. It is still Molno or Launchball in Molno there. There they are as they come through. And now they will come into your screen in the foreground there. In the background actually is the entrance to off-ramp. Then you see them come through off-ramp, and then you see the exit to off-ramp as they head down to the final corner before the main straight.
I'm going to point out the camera wobbling a little bit right there. It goes to show you it's actually quite windy.
See the little dust devil?
Yeah, it's quite windy out there on the track today. And it's not immediately obvious to, a viewer looking at these screens, but it is actually pretty windy. Quite cold wind, too, for whatever that's worth. But it does look like there was a little bit of an off and on there for Wesley Molno, so that's unfortunate.
I see the dust.
But he's able to at least keep it to about a second. That said, up behind him is Michael Newmeyer, who we were talking about had done such a good job trying to close distance. He now has the number 67 car of John Davies, who he did catch up with and pass when he was out of sight of us. But that happened quite recently, and John Davies is now fighting to regain that third place slot. So that's another one to keep in mind. Unfortunately for John Davies, he will also have an off and on. Guess where? Coming down into that, I believe, that sunrise right-hander, because that continues to be a bit of an issue right there, whether they like it or not.
6 laps to go. I think we should probably get it in before it's over, before the time runs out. Again, we're doing 30 minutes or 16 laps. So it's a little tight on the schedule there, but we should be able to get all the laps in here. You're going to see your STL race leaders coming into our screen pretty quickly. There they are. Oh, no, that's not them. That's a different class.
I am happy to inform you that there are 4 more races here today.
Yes.
So if you're enjoying this, you will get more action. Up next is our Spec Racer Ford group, who gave us an action-packed, let's put it at that, an action-packed race yesterday, and promised to give us another action-packed race today as well. 4 cars crashed out of that Spec Racer Ford group. So all of them are back out there today. Bless them. So we'll see how they do. And here comes 2 of the cars who have been really going at it. That's Wesley Molno and his opponent, Todd Launchbaugh, and both of them come hurtling over the line right there. Had to deal with a little bit of traffic, but Wesley Molno is making up that gap, and I think he's beginning to feel the lap pressure because he is going very fast. Speaking of lap pressure, I think Michael Newmeyer is thinking about that as well, because that was his fastest lap of the race at a 1:59.018, opening up to a second between him and his opponent, John Davies. So speed, the name of the game down there. Credit as well, by the way, to Izzy Sanchez, who's creeping up on Oscar Jackson, trying to get around him in these last couple of laps. 5 to go. I think we'll hit that 16-lap marker, but, well, it's going to be one or the other. The race must end, so.
That is true. That is true. Want to take a second real quick, Tristan.
Yeah.
To give a shout-out to John Dillon. John Dillon was on our podcast a while back talking about a piece of software he wrote. Really good guy. But he is celebrating his 35th anniversary.
Oh, wow.
Of being a flagger with the Sports Car Club of America this weekend. 35 years of dedicated volunteer service. He's now works up in race control, and we love having him out here. He's a steady voice and his calm demeanor is exactly what you want up in race control. But 35 years of dedication to the SCCA, and I would hit the applause button if I had it dialed up here. But thank you, John, for all of your service, and we look forward to another 35 more years.
Yeah, great. Great achievement. Very impressive.
Absolutely. So, all right, 4 laps to go. Michael Lewis, he is moving around here at about a minute 52 a lap. So 4 laps would be about 8 minutes, and I don't know how far he is into this 3rd lap or fourth lap to go. So. We keep moving around. No big changes in the order up to this point, except for the fact that it looks like there was a car between Launchbaugh and Qualls, and it looks like that car sort of dropped through the field, right? What am I missing? Is that a car that fell out?
No, I don't think so. I think there was always a bit of a grouping there. Maybe it was a car that fell out earlier in the race. It's just...
Never mind me.
You might be right. I don't know. But I don't think anyone was in between the 2 of them. Maybe it was John Davies, but
Okay.
John Davies. No, I think Todd Launchbaugh has solidly been
Okay.
holding up there towards the top. The curious thing here, and it's going to happen eventually. We've got 3 laps to go, or about 5 minutes left. So one or the other. At some point in time, Wesley Molno is going to have to do something. Because every time...
No one wants to see me, but hi, folks.
Every time they come down that straightaway here in front of us, Wesley Molno makes up a bunch of time. But by the time that they hit the dog leg, Wesley Molno has fallen back. And it just keeps happening again and again and again. And at some point in time, he's going to have to make a play because he just does not have the time to keep that going. Speaking of people who have to make plays, a similar situation here for John Davies if he wants to reclaim his position. He's driving very cautiously around Michael Newmeyer, who kind of surged forward. He wasn't really doing much, and then all of a sudden he was very much doing stuff.
Right.
And here they come again down the straightaway. It's the same place that we've seen them go each time, and this time again, as per the last couple, Wesley Molno tries to kick out. They're coming down to the 90-degree. He's in the inside of him. Might actually have pulled that one off. Unfortunately, there's a really ill-placed beam, and nope, couldn't do it.
Exactly.
He just can't do it. Todd Launchbaugh doing a spectacular job of somehow just preventing Wesley Molno from finding openings. Really good defensive driving. And I think part of the problem here is that the passes are all coming on that straight. And that turn at the end, Sunrise, it's just not working out. So I don't know if what you're doing if you're Wesley Molno right now to try and get around that. But I mean, if you want an idea of how the pass was attempted, the difference between the 2 of them when they came across the line just now was 0.08 of a second. So he was gunning for it. He just again does not have enough runway.
Well, and the corner is so tight that you really need to have completed the pass before you get
Yes,
to the corner.
100%.
You really can't hold that line to go side by side through there unless you've slowed down a lot. And if you do, then the outside car's got the better line coming out of the corner, and that is kind of an exercise in futility. And they know that, so it's better to kind of give it up there and find another place to try to get it done.
The downside here is that this is costing Wesley Molno pretty significantly, and that pass, that attempted pass that petered out, that might have cost him pretty heavily. Oh, now there's some dust kicked up on the cotton corner, and he actually pulls it out. I think we just missed it, unfortunately, but he kicked. There was a little bit of dust, and I think it was Todd Launchbaugh who mucked up there on the cotton corner, hit the dirt, and Wesley Molno just saw that opening and grabbed it, and he has now taken the lead, and that is just unfortunate right there for Todd Launchbaugh, who has been doing so well. And sure enough, Wesley Molno comes blazing across the line here, almost on the last lap of the race, and we have to see if Todd Launchbaugh is able to recover that, because that is an unfortunate way to go out.
That David Zink in the STU car, or the T3 car, was going slow past start finish here. So hopefully if he is going to pull over, he can find a safe place to do it and not cause us to have any issues and have to slow the race down here at all. So we've got 2 laps to go on the clock, and now we got 1 lap to go. Michael Lewis takes the white flag here.
Look at this. Look at what's happened again, Brian. In the top 2 cars right there, these 3 have been set this entire race. And
Yep.
all of the sudden, here comes Wolfgang Micah on the last lap. 0.344 second gap when they crossed the line. And he was going hell for leather
Yep.
to split a gap there against Michael Lewis to try and get him before they hit that 90-degree right-hander. So let's take another look here and see if we can get an idea of where they are up by the dog leg, perhaps. And it might actually be that again Michael Lewis is having the race stolen right out of him.
All right, well, we'll see them come by here not too long. They should come in. There's Lewis. At least I thought that was Lewis.
Now I think this is Lewis, and that's Micah right behind him.
Yep, that's
He's
exactly
going for
what
it.
it is.
Good,
As they head up towards the towards Cotton Corners.
good golly, Miss Molly. There's no way Wolfgang Micah is going to try that again. And very different from yesterday, actually. Michael Lewis putting a lot more oomph and power and aggression into his defense right there.
Right.
Not giving Micah the opportunity, because that was literally where the pass happened last time, heading up into Grapevine. And Michael Lewis just kind of passively almost let it happen. Not this time. Very much more into it, very much more preventing that pass. So we'll see if they can hold on. But this straightaway right here, that's gonna be a close finish, I think.
Yeah, but it's almost like Michael Lewis said, "Oh no, you don't. We're not going to let this happen again." And they'll come out onto the main straight here, and the checkered flag is in hand. And Michael Lewis this time is able to hold on and seal the deal and get the win, 0.5 of a second ahead of Wolfgang Mikey. But that was a remarkable finish. Now let's go and pick up the STL guys as they come through here. Hoping to get them here as they come through Cotton Corners. Trying to see where they are on the track.
I can't believe that nearly happened again.
Yeah, well,
It was within inches.
where are you tonight? Looking for 2 white cars. How hard can that be, right?
Yeah, they should stand out there, but I do get a report in my ear that Wesley Molno off and on.
Oh, well, then that
So-
might mean why I'm looking for 2 cars together and not seeing them.
That might have been
There
unfortunate.
was Molno that just went through Cotton Corners. That means here I should see. Oh,
Launch
yeah,
Bar.
there's Launch Bar right there, I believe, right? That was Christopher Qualls.
I think Launchball might actually have slotted back
But we'll see now as they come around, because I think this is the number 70 car of Wesley Molno coming along. And there's Launch Boss. So that off and on. Ooh, Molno's all over the place down there at the start line, but he will get across. And yeah, unfortunately for Todd Launchbaugh, who honestly ran a spectacular race, 2 little hiccups, 2 brief off and ons betrayed him right there, and he's not able to take that STL first place. And oh, look at that. What are the odds? Michael Newmeyer, who took that lead off of John Davies for 3rd place and raced so well on the final Sunrise turn, goes a little too fast, catches the edge of the track, and John Davies just slips right in underneath him at the finish line. So that is unfortunate there for Michael Newmeyer in that orange number 25 car. But well, that's the way it is sometimes.
Right.
You're going as fast as you can to try and secure that win, and you just make a little boo-boo right there at the end, and that's all it takes.
Little boo-boo. I love it. All right, well, let's little boo-boo right into the
Yeah,
full field
for
rundown
sure.
here.
Happy to give you a full field rundown. So your overall race winner and the winner of the GT3 category is the number 32 car of Michael Lewis. In second place, the number 15 car of Wolfgang Micah. In third place, number 62, Christopher Qualls. In fourth place, in the overall winner for the STL category, number 70, Wesley Molno. In fifth place, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh. In sixth, number 67, John Davies. In seventh, number 25, Michael Newmeyer. In eighth, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In ninth place, and your overall winner in the T4 category, Izzy Sanchez, the number 78 car. In 10th, number 10, Oscar Jackson. How appropriate. In 11th, Norm Benson. 12th, Philip Clark. 13th, Dale Shoemaker. 14th, David Zink. 15th, Christina Edgerington. And that is the end of the grid.
All right, that is going to do it for race group number 3. Great race. We got another one coming up right now or in about 5 minutes or so. That's going to be our Spec Racer 4 group. In the meantime, we're going to take a short breather, catch our breaths, grab a glass of water, and we'll be back to bring you Spec Racer 4 next. Don't go away. You're watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park live, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Porterfield, #brakes.com. welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're 3 races down, 4 to go, 1 more before a short break. We're going to get it in here. Spec Racer Ford is going to be the group. One of our usually more fun classes and races to watch because all the cars are the same. And we had a little schmozzle yesterday at the start, which caused a short red flag while they cleaned things up. And if I was more prepared, I would have queued up that so we could watch it real quick here. But I'm not. So hey, you can go back and watch yesterday's stream though. Start of the Spec Racer Ford race. It was a pretty good one. But all the drivers were fine. And they're back in today's race.
Yeah,
so.
and the remarkable thing is all the cars are fine.
That's right. So let's get right to it. We will get your starting lineup here before our race starts.
All right, well, here we go. Starting in 15th place, number 43, James Schubert from Sedona, Arizona. In 14th, number 71, Douglas Stewart from Northridge, California. In 13th, number 16, Mike Mashy Peas Moshe from Los Angeles, California. Calling him that by specific request. In 12th, number 69, Denny Fostick from Riverside, California. In 11th, number 15, Tom Miserandino from La Quinta, California.
Lucky?
And he was one of the ones who was involved in the kerfuffle at the start yesterday, but back out today. In 10th place overall, number 2, Lee Douglas from Portland, Oregon. In 9th place, number 197, Mark Ballingy from Shafter, California. In 8th place, number 55, Jay Rosenthal from Woodland Hills, California. In 7th, number 45, Tom Burt from Woodway, Washington. In 6th, number 9, Brian Schubert from Huntington Beach, California. In 5th, number 14, Paul Marino from Chatsworth, California. In 4th, number 77, Andre Pera from Government Camp, Oregon. In 3rd, number 111, Robert Edmondson from Manhattan Beach, California. In 2nd place, number 17, John Black from Olympic Valley, California. And your overall race leader, number 99, Caleb Schrader from Tigard, Oregon.
So I did a little investigative reporting. What we found out was that the 45 car of Tom Burt at the start yesterday, instead of shifting from 3rd to 4th, shifted from 3rd to 1st. And when he missed that shift, of course, bogs down the car. And Tom Miserandino behind him had nowhere to go. And he's the guy that went up over the top of the 45 car. And then had a really hard impact into the wall. Thankfully, all of them were fine.
Yeah.
And we're getting ready to start race number 2 with both of them in the race. So that's all good news.
Most impressive thing, and credit to their crews, their engineers, their mechanics, whoever's working on them. Because honestly, I know Tom Miserandino's car was a mess.
Right.
That wheel was not the way the wheel should
It's
be.
true.
And actually credit as well, because we later on in the race, coming down into the sunset turn, I believe it was a hit between the number 9 car and here we are. We'll give him on the start. Green flag out. Number 99 already in the bounce there. Caleb Schrader right through the front. John Black right behind him. Robert Edmondson rounding it out. But I was going to say, I think it was Brian Schubert who ran into Andre Pera after Andre Pera span out on that corner. I know Andre Pera got bruised up a bit, and his bodywork got severely damaged, but he's out there again today as well. Yep. So great work.
Well, and it's also a testament to the cars.
You're right.
Obviously the crews did a great job getting them together, but the cars were available to be rebuilt overnight. So that's just and all of the drivers walked away. Most important. So
it's a great little race car, the Spec Racer Ford.
So where you're seeing the cars off in the distance there, that's going up the hill towards Phil Hill, and that's the back part of this west section of the racetrack. And so it's hard to see, but that's what you're seeing out there. They'll come into our view here in just a moment, going through the dog leg. Robert Edmondson was your race leader at the start, or at least your pole sitter, John Black, and then Paul Marino. So here they come flying through the dog leg. This is probably this is the longest straight on the racetrack. Yes, there's a little curve there, but it's not really even a curve. They don't even lift.
Yeah, it's not a significant. It's not a significant challenge, I think, for a lot of these drivers. And when they added in that bus stop, that was a challenge.
That becomes a little more of a corner complex then.
It does. And they'll all come down through cotton corners, and we say it every time. At Spec Racer Fords, they're a competitive bunch. They're all very friendly, to be fair, but they are a competitive bunch.
All right, 2 cars already trying to break away, and then you've got about an 8-car train there trying to catch them. And that is not a huge normalcy here as these two cars drive away, but they are Caleb Schrader and John Black. And then not far behind, you've got Paul Marino, Robert Edmondson, Tom Burt, who's having a much better day today than he did yesterday, Jay Rosenthal, and Mark Ballingy. He is in 7th. Brian Schubert, also one of the cars that were damaged yesterday, he is in 8th.
A little bit of early contact out there. It was Mike Mashy Peas Moshe and Denny Fostick had a little side-to-side contact, a little spin off and on, but it looks like that might have jostled them both up just a little bit, and there's a little bit of debris as well. But I don't think it's anything too dramatic. Just that occurred, I think, just outside of our vision line, down past the S's.
Yeah, definitely so. And Brian Schubert, his car has a new nose on it.
It does.
He had issues with it yesterday, but the fiberglass nose is a lot heavier than the one that came off it. So he said he's had to kind of relearn how to drive the car a little bit here because the front end acts a lot differently. But he's doing okay. He's got himself up to 8th place early. There's your race leaders, Schrader and Black, followed by the whole host of cars trying to catch and bridge that gap between 2nd and 3rd.
And Black has done what so many of these spec racers do, which is comfortably tuck in behind his opponent and go for the draft. So we'll play that strategy out for as long as it takes. He's a little farther away right there on your view screen, but we'll get the rest of them as they come down through corners. And that gives you a pretty good idea of how tight that pack is. And genuinely, Brian, this is not always the case. Sometimes we do get these packs that develop in the spec racers, but a lot of the time, there's some big gaps there where it's maybe like 1 or 2 of them together, and that's it. But this grouping here is sticking together to like glue here in the early stages of this.
Yeah, this is a good strategy. If they can work together and keep that pack as big as possible, then that is the opportunity to be able to catch those cars up front. Very important to do that. So if they don't stick together, then Schrader and Black can just kind of drive away.
I'm sure the two of them are thinking about that as well,
yeah,
up
absolutely.
there at the top. Whether or not they want to have their own personal duel out there, such as it is, but they've not done a particularly good job of separating themselves from the pack because Paul Marino is only about 4 seconds behind him, which is not ridiculous. Unfortunately, by the way, those two cars that had the side-to-side, which was the number 69 of Denny Fostick and the number 16 of Mike Mashy Peas Moshe, both of them are in now. So something must have happened mechanically to both of those vehicles. They will not be, as far as I can tell, continuing the race, but we'll check in again and see if any of them restart under their own power.
Well, that's a big gap.
It is starting to open up just a little bit. I see that Brian Schubert has actually made a pass here on Tom Burt, but Tom Burt looks to be trying to regain that position as they come up here towards the grapevine. And he does for a split second, and then Brian Schubert goes right back around him on the outside. So the two of them going back and forth. And then above them in the order, it was Mark Ballingy and Jay Rosenthal, both of whom are chasing after Robert Edmondson. So a lot of shifting and jostling going on in that pack, but it's spreading out a little bit here, Brian, but it's remaining relatively consistent. Like they are all relatively close to one another. And there, that yellow car and that red car, that's Jay Rosenthal, who's overtaken, I believe, on Robert Edmondson, and Robert Edmondson trying to catch back up.
Yep, so you've got Schrader, Black, Marino, Edmondson, and Rosenthal, your top 5 right here.
Okay.
And that is with 13 laps to go.
So that's Rosenthal and Ballingy who are squared off right there in 5th and 6th.
Correct.
Robert Edmondson is still keeping a bit of a gap between him and the others.
And don't look now, but Tom Miserandino has broken into the top 8. He was one of the drivers that was in that first before at the green flag incident yesterday, and he's filling out that car, and he's certainly seems like he's liking it because he's now moving up through the pack. He's up 3 positions from the start. And Brian Schubert dropped a couple at the start, but he's now back up to 7th place.
It's just unfortunate. Tom Miserandino kind of denied his race yesterday, so he might want to bite of the apple today. He certainly seems dedicated to taking it. Speaking of drafting strategies, by the way, Jay Rosenthal and Mark Ballingy, there's one pair.
And it looks like Brian Schubert kind of continues this creeping advance because I think he might have actually managed to push himself out ahead of Tom Miserandino by a fair amount. So he'll be looking at the back end of Mark Ballingy next, but still a 2.75 gap between the two of them, and not necessarily a lot of evidence of that closing in the near future. That said, still plenty of race to go. 23 minutes or 13 laps, whichever we hit first. So there's no huge imperative just yet for the drivers to start making things happen.
They're across the line, Schrader and Black. The gap is a whopping 0.179 seconds. Sarcasm alert. John Black is right there keeping up with Caleb Schrader, doing a great job as they pull away from the third place car, now at 7.4 seconds. So kind of a textbook Spec Racer Ford strategy here.
Yep.
Work together up front, pull away as much as can, and then at some point, all that teamwork's going to go out, and you're going to go fight for the top step of the podium.
Yeah, calling it textbook is actually probably one of the better ways to describe it, because the number 17 car of John Black has just done what every good Spec Racer driver does, right? You tuck in behind, you hold your position, you go as fast as you can, and then, like you said, you wait for your moment. You pick your time, and I'm sure that time will come. It might take a while, though. We can see Spec Racer cars do this for laps. I mean, they will literally hold this position until, like lap number 2 or something left in the race. So it's not uncommon. Similarly, Jay Rosenthal and Mark Ballingy are both kind of doing the same thing. Though Rosenthal is actually attempting a pass here on Paul Marino. And we're watching it develop on the dog leg as they head up. And he is side by side going into that grapevine turn. And he will actually force, Jay Rosenthal will force both Paul Marino and Robert Edmondson to just surrender that space to him. And you'll actually see that as they come down off the hill there on that on the Cotton Corners camera. And then you'll probably see it again on the off-ramp as well. I believe that's Jay Rosenthal's black and red car. I'll double-check next time they come around. But I believe that's Jay Rosenthal's black and red car who just sort of forced himself into a solid position right there, whether his opponents liked it or not.
And if you want consistency, folks, this time by John Black is 1.164. So off by, what is that, 1/100th of a second difference from the previous lap. So, and the only consideration, and it's probably not a big deal today, Tristan, is that when you're that close to the guy in front of you, you do have to duck your nose out every once in a while to get a little bit of air on that radiator. It's only around 60 degrees today, so I don't suspect that's going to be a huge problem. But if it were a hotter day, that would be something that he would have to do on a fairly regular basis because the radiator is right up in the nose and the inlet's only about 3-4 inches wide to get the air in there. And if you're up under the tailpipe of the car in front of you, you don't get any air, and that you can actually literally watch your gauges go up. That was one of the things when I was driving the Spec Racers that you really had to be aware of. Of course, when I was doing it, they were called sports Renaults. So you can leave all of your old man boomer comments in the chat if you'd like. But that problem hasn't changed on these cars.
Well, here comes Mark Ballingy, by the way, trying his luck at getting past Robert Edmondson, coming down through the dogleg and up into Grapevine. Does not look like he'll have the same success as Jay Rosenthal. Not the same aggression, honestly, going in that. Jay Rosenthal might have actually just brushed the side of Robert Edmondson when he was making that pass. So that's something to keep in mind right there as well. Meanwhile, further down the line, Ryan Schubert doing his good job to sort of lead, let's call it the sort of secondary pack here, or the tertiary pack, and keep his distance from Tom Miserandino, but it's certainly not guaranteed. John Black and Caleb Schrader coming around again, and John Black continuing to bide his time right there as the next group of Spec Racers are about to come blaring through, and it is Jay Rosenthal still comfortably ahead of both Robert Emerson and Mark Ballingy. Here comes Brian Schubert across the line, and he's got Tom Miserandino nipping at his heels, 0.446 of a second between them.
Speaking of the chat, if you're watching, thank you. Put some notes in the chat. If you're rooting for a particular driver, say so. Would love to give you a shout out here on the live stream. Speaking of the live stream, we want to thank our good friends at Porterfield Racing Brakes for helping us out and being our presenting sponsor. These are the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors races presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. If you need brakes or other car-related stuff, check out porterfield-brakes.com.
Well, Caleb Schrader has set his fastest lap time so far on lap number 6. It's at 149.752. So great timing there for Caleb Schrader across the board. Now the race continuing apace here. We'll check in. John Black still maintaining a bit of a gap. Meanwhile, in the second part of the pack here, it's the number 9 car of Brian Schubert trying to stave off Tom Miserandino.
Correction, race group 4, car number 69. Please report to race group 4, car number 69.
Tom Miserandino has done spectacular considering that his car was one of the cars that got trashed yesterday. Now putting a real fight here for Brian Schubert, who's honestly had to lean in a bit on this one and to stave off his opponent. We'll get a better look when they come past the finish line next time, but you get the idea that Brian Schubert is definitely having to check those rearview mirrors a fair amount more than I think he's particularly comfortable with. Paul Marino, who's sort of just running his own race, comes by just fine. Meanwhile, the redoubtable Robert Edmondson has actually managed to get around Jay Rosenthal and reset that order. So Robert Edmondson, Rosenthal, Ballingy. Meanwhile, Brian Schubert still holding off Tom Miserandino, but that gap is a measly 0.522 of a second, so very easy to be overcome.
Yes, and more importantly, they're not catching Mark Ballingy in 6th place. That 5.5 second gap is kind of stayed the same here for the last several laps. So there's no real progress being made for that pack to catch the group in front of them.
Yeah, that's actually been consistently an issue here, which is that even when Brian Schubert wasn't really in a challenge, Brian Schubert was not able to close up. It's actually only widened, I think, by about 1.5 of a second there between the two of them. So a bit unfortunate for the rest of the Spec Racer Fords, considering that we were running such a tight grouping, but perhaps not inevitable. And now I say that, waiting for an update here because another car has had a bit of a misstep, and I think it's the 43 of James Schubert who spun and continued. Meanwhile, it looks like Jay Rosenthal, Robert Edmondson, Mark Ballingy, their whole lineup might be in flex, but we'll get a better look next time they show up on our camera here, probably when they come back along the straight.
There's your race leaders, Schrader and Black, coming across the line. That means that the third place car should be coming into our view pretty much right about now. And then from there on back, there's kind of just a group of cars that are starting to work in, well, they may not be working too well together because they're not making up much of a distance. You know, it's kind of counterintuitive to let the car behind you get closer because that makes it easier for them to pass you. But if you don't let them get up under your bumper, that draft doesn't work, and that becomes an issue.
I mean, it's a valid point. You know, as competitive as the Spec Racer Fords are, they all know each other. And we know they're not averse to using those kind of strategies, but nobody really seems too comfortable doing it, except for at the start, Caleb Schrader and John Black.
Right.
They use that to open up their big gap.
Well, and the deeper in the race you get, the less and less you want to be friendly. So that's also kind of part of the deal there with that.
Paul Marino, potential mechanical troubles being reported. A little bit of a puff of smoke coming out of the backside of the Spec Racer. We'll see if that develops into anything. Definitely bad news bears for the driver if it does. Meanwhile, Robert Edmondson is being challenged by Mark Ballingy coming down the dog leg. Mark Ballingy giving it all he's got in that Spec Racer Ford, but a good little maneuver to the inside by Robert Edmondson will stave Mark Ballingy off as they come up towards the grapevine. And no, Mark Ballingy is just not able to find those openings he's desired. I mean, he genuinely wants that space, but he cannot find it.
Yeah, that's the second pack that you're seeing go through the screen right now, and that is your battle for 4th place. So we will see if they can start to make up some time before to catch up to Paul Marino. We'll look at the gap this time by. Right now, it's a big gap back to third, and then from third to fourth, the gap is 5.9 seconds.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like it. Paul Marino just seems quite comfortable running their race. We are about halfway through. Looks like this will be finished on laps with 7 laps to go, but we'll go ahead and give you a middle of the match or middle of the race rundown here. Brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. So in first place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In second place, number 17, John Black. In third place, number 14, Paul Marino. In fourth, number 111, Robert Edmondson. In fifth, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In sixth, number 9, Brian Schubert. In seventh, number 15, Tom Miserandino. In eighth, number 2, Lee Douglas. And in ninth, number 77, Andre Pera. In 10th, number 45, Tom Burt. And then from there, it's Jay Rosenthal, Douglas Stewart, and James Schubert. And that is your full field rundown at the halfway point, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads.
All this race is wearing me out.
Tell me about it.
I'm ready for a nap.
I feel like I'm drifting right here. We do have a break after this, by the
That's
way,
right.
for what it's worth, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind. There are still 3 more races on the day, though. This is race number 4. It looks like a black flag might actually be coming out as a warning, not an actual black flag, just the shaking of the black flag in a vigorous and determined manner. And the target of the vigorous and determined shaking was James Schubert right there, the number 43 car, who somewhere on the track was a naughty boy. Sounds like he acknowledged his nodding of the black flag.
Yeah, so they take the black flag here and they furl it up and they make it look like a black stick, and then they shake it to you like a nun who, heard you say a bad word in 7th grade. I hate to be repetitive, but Schrader, Black, Marino, Ballingy, and Edmondson are your top 5. Brian Schubert's now moved up to 6th place, and which is where he started. So he fell back and then came up. Tom Miserandino has moved up 4 spots. Lee Douglas has snuck into the top 8, and Lee Douglas has come up 2 spots so far today. So. And typically that furl black flag, by the way, is for like if you go off twice, that's usually the first sign you get is that you gotta button up your driving and figure out what you're doing, or else the next one might not be a furled black, it might be a full black. So
That would not be good.
no,
You do not want that.
that's right.
That is a double plus not good.
When my dad was driving, the black flag used to make him mad and he would go faster. So I tried to see if I could pay off the starter once to give him an extra black flag just to keep him going.
That's funny.
It didn't work out so well.
No, I imagine not. I imagine not. A dangerous strategy. High risk, high reward. Jay Rosenthal, by the way, is rebuilding his lost lead. Has just managed, I think, to get around. I want to say it was Douglas Stewart or perhaps James Schubert farther back in the line. And that now seems to be his sort of strategy here, is that he's going to catch up car by car. There's Marino across the line. As easy as you please. And then here comes Mark Ballingy and Robert Edmondson, neither of whom seem to have the energy to catch their respective challenges. Mark Ballingy still a good 4.8 seconds behind Paul Marino. Robert Edmondson, 0.5 behind Mark Ballingy. Brian Schubert, 7 seconds behind that group. Meanwhile, number 43, James Schubert, off the track, taking a pit stop after the black flag warning was given. So we'll see if there's something maybe mechanically wrong with the car. He's just holding up in the pit stop for a second.
Also want to make a note, John Black had dropped back about 1.1 seconds and then immediately went purple on the timing and scoring grid, which means he just turned the fastest lap of any car in this race with a 49.067. Robert Edmondson just turned his fast lap of the race. That's what it means when he shows up green on the board. You can see the purple and the green right there on our timing tower. So purple means that that's the fast lap for this race, and green is the fast lap for that driver so far in this race. Happened right here on lap number 11. So it's possible that John Black just wanted to kind of hang back just a little bit to get, regroup and get ready to go and make one final push here in the final 5 laps. Here they come across the line again, and that gap is shortened just a little bit. And Caleb Schrader just turned his fastest lap, but John Black turned another fast lap, which makes it now he's gone purple 2 laps in a row. So I would say it's game on, Tristan.
Oh, 100%. It's really a matter of, can John Black find that opportunity? And we were talking about this in our last race too. And it really boils down to just picking your time and going. And the danger is, right, the closer you get to the end of the race, if you're going to play a position like John Black has been playing, you got to guarantee when you make the pass, you get the pass. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can't bottle it because there's no room for error. So you really have to, you're gambling a little bit, Brian, is what I would qualify it as, but you have to be very certain about the gamble that you're taking.
Well, and here's the thing that we've learned, especially in this class. It's one thing to catch the back bumper of the car in front of you. It's a whole different deal to actually get around them. So, it'll be interesting to watch them go through here, and you'll see our leaders right there. I think I just missed. I mean, they went through. I just missed talking about them. But they'll come up here one more time here. Well, several more times, but they'll come up here through now. Here they come cresting over the hill. That first-place car is Schrader. The second-place car is Black. And last time by at the line, it was 0.924 seconds. It certainly looks closer than that to me right now. So
I think it is genuinely closer. I mean, we'll get a full time update, but yeah, I agree.
here they come through the off-ramp. And they'll be on the main straight here in just a few seconds. There they are, crossing the line, and it is Caleb. I was right. The now gap is 0.269 seconds. So John Black's right back there where he was in the first basically 10 laps of the race.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. He just can't find his opening. He's got to find it. I mean, he's got 3 laps. He's got to find it. The other gamble that you're taking right there, Brian, is you're gambling on how well your opponent is going to drive. Right. So you have to be confident. Not only do you have to be confident in your ability to actually secure the pass, you have to be confident in your ability to hold that position come whatever is thrown at you by Caleb Schrader. And it might just be that John Black is doubtful whether he can hold it off, so he's biding as much time as possible before he makes the move, simply to prevent Caleb Schrader from having a lot of time to get back, right? Which is something that we see happen quite frequently.
Well, and we've talked about Caleb Schrader a lot today, which means he's been towards the top of the race of several races. So this guy clearly knows what he's doing, and now it looks like there's a pass. Is that a pass for the lead there?
Hard for me to tell, but I think yes, it was. And I do think that number 17 car of John Black got around Caleb Schrader right there on the dog leg.
Yep, here they are coming up over the crest here on our cameras, and it does look like that John Black has been able to make that pass and make it stick. Now the question is, can he hold off Caleb Schrader for 2.5 laps? And that will be what we are going to sit here and watch. Here they come through the off-ramp.
That was Douglas Stewart who just crossed the line, but here are your 2 race leaders.
Yep, and there it is. John Black has taken the point here. Caleb Schrader, now he's back 2.9 seconds. And that was a beautiful move coming through dogleg and heading up towards Grapevine. John Black just pulled out to the left and kind of motored right by. And, we'll see now. Now it's 2 laps for Caleb Schrader to see if he has a response.
Oh, there's the big question, isn't it, Brian? Can Caleb Schrader mount a comeback in 2 laps? That's really the challenge, right? So clearly John Black felt comfortable making the pass, and he felt comfortable he could hold off Caleb Schrader for the last 2 laps. Always a gamble, though, as I've said before, and you just don't know if you're going to make a very small mistake, and we saw it in our previous races. It only takes the tiniest bit of an off track, right? And some of these drivers are so good that they'll immediately pick up on that weakness, and they will just ram it home.
Well, and for the last, 14 laps, John Black has had the opportunity to basically take the measure of Caleb Schrader, but Caleb Schrader has not had the opportunity to take the measure of John Black. So now he's got to figure it out here with a lap and a half to go. And I see the white flag in the hand of our starter, which means next time they come by, we're going to get the one to go here. And so Caleb Schrader hasn't had the benefit of 14 laps of knowledge, so he's just going to have to figure out where he's going to do it and throw it in there.
Good point. Yes, he does not have that to draw on, and that could be a bit of a deficit, really, when push comes to shove. I'm not going to write him off. I'm not going to write him off because I think it's probably well within his capabilities. It is certainly what I would call a challenge, though. Let's be honest. It's a racing challenge to be able to pull that together. And here comes the white flag. So we are on our last lap. That number 17 car of John Blank has pulled out a 0.629 second gap. So here's a chance now. Caleb Schrader has one lap to turn this around and regain that first place spot that they held for so long. And yet somehow we're not able to retain at the very bitter end of this.
And here they come now. This is the second and third car on your screen here is Black and Schrader. And right now, Black has been able to hold station. There is a slower car up front. The question is, will that car be fast enough to not play into any of this thing here? So there's a little bit of a wild card there as they have about 1.7 miles to go. And now you can see them off in the distance heading up the hill towards Phil Hill. Next time they come into our view, it will be right here as they go towards the dog leg. This lap car could play a role here. Hopefully they'll get out of the way because it's a single. Yeah, the lap car did get out of the way. It looks like, but John Black seems to have gotten through pretty easily here.
I don't think that Caleb Schrader can do this.
Yeah,
I just don't think he has the time. This is a well picked. Again, we were talking about the moment, right? From John Black, he picked it well. Caleb Schrader doesn't have enough time, I don't think, to make it happen. And as you see them come down through the cotton corners, that gap between the two of them is quite large. It's not easily surmountable in any sense of the word. I just don't see that with the Spec Racer Fords and with how they drive and how they handle. I don't see that changing by the time that they get to the finish line.
Yep. As long as John Black keeps it between the white lines, there will be no issues here. He should be able to bring this one home without any problems. The checkered flag is in the hand of the starter and now being waved to John Black. He is your race winner. Caleb Schrader comes in second, 1.1 second back. That's the second time this weekend where late in the race, there's a final move for the win.
Yep.
This time, John Black takes it with Caleb Schrader second. And pretty sure Paul Marino will have held on here.
Somebody's gone for a spin up by the grapevine. I don't know who it is, but they're well off the track now. Red car. We'll try and get a confirmation on who that is.
All right, here comes your third place car. Wow, that was really close for third place. Paul Marino held off Mark Ballingy. I'm going to go up here to the grapevine to see if I can see what it is. Oh, is that car right up there at the top?
Yeah,
is that it there?
Yeah,
A little black dot. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
And it is now back in action. Oh, and there's a car smoking, too.
Ooh.
There's a car smoking as it crosses the front line, the front straight. I don't know who that is.
I believe that was
7-7.
It's Andre Pera.
Orange black. So that car has damage in the front. There's a car off down there. What makes you think that maybe the 77 car got into the back of whichever car spun up there? That would be my guess, if I were to speculate. Whew! A lot of action here right at the end of this race. I think we could probably...
You're exactly correct, by the way, just so you know. Number 77, Andre Pera, side-to-side contact with the number 55 car of Jay Rosenthal, which is Jay Rosenthal who went up by the grapevine, and that resulted in damage to Andre Pera's car. And Andre Pera was the guy who spun and got hit by number 9 yesterday, so probably whatever repairs they affected yesterday probably had a reversal.
I'm a modern day motorsports Sherlock Holmes.
You are. You figured that out. I would not have put. I'll be honest with you. I would not have put two and two together.
Well, there you go.
But it looks like that will be the end of the race. Poor Jay Rosenthal. That is very unfortunate. But we'll give a full field rundown here, starting with your overall race winner, the number 17 car of John Black. In second place, the number 99 car of Caleb Schrader. And third place, the number 14 car of Paul Marino. In fourth place, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In fifth place, number 111, Robert Edmondson. In sixth, Brian Schubert. In seventh, Tom Miserandino. In eighth, Lee Douglas. In ninth, Andre Pera. In 10th, Tom Burt. In 12th, Douglas Stewart. And in 11th, Jay Rosenthal. And that is your full field rundown here at the end of the race.
We're going to take a short worker break here so that our workers can, take a moment to go and take care of business if they have to. Grab themselves a glass of water, get off their feet for a few minutes. We'll be back here probably around 2:20 to get going here. 2:20 Pacific time. That's about 15 minutes. So be ready for that. We will do that next. Stay with us. You are watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're live, and it's possible because of Porterfield Brakes. Check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. Stay with us. All right, welcome back to the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're down 4 races, 3 to go. 3 more as we wrap up our afternoon here. Our first race is Spec Racer Ford. I'm sorry, Spec Miata and Spec MX5. I don't think we have any SSMs or SMTs here. And that's our first race here. And then the other 2 races this afternoon are our small bore production cars. So GT Lights and F Production, E Production, H Production, and B Spec. And then our final race of the day is our small Formula cars, Formula 4F, Formula 600, and Formula Vs. So that's what's coming up. 3 races to go. I'm Brian Belansky. Tristan Parker is here with me today as well. We're going to get this thing underway. Our pace lap has begun for our Spec Miata group. And let me run down our starting order here. Our starting order in Spec Miata is, if I can turn the page on the page here, all of our Spec MX5 cars are going to start up front. Wyatt Couch, Todd Launchbaugh, Antonio Zarcone, Ryan Gutell, John Davies, Michael Newmeyer, Carl Young, and Adrian Comstock, and Wesley Monell. There are your top 9. They're all in Spec Miata. From there, Spec MX5. From there, it's all Spec Miata. Jason Rollins, Jeremy Rudder, Clement Lee, Evan Jacobs, Rocco Ruzick, Austin Varco, David Varco, father and son, Chase Nichols, Alan Lukert IV, Ren Messinger, Carl Yonk, and Jorge Diaz. That's your starting order here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Race number 5, 3 to go this afternoon. And it is going to be a doozy here, folks. This is always a fun one.
Yeah, the Spec Miata drivers, MX5 drivers, they always bring it. They're a very competitive group, much like the Spec Racer Fords. They were very entertaining yesterday as well.
Take a second to catch your breath.
I'm all right. I was hustling up here. It's interesting to see how many people they have watching them down there. They've got whole crews, a lot of radios,
Yep.
a lot of communication. So you know that they're taking it seriously. And then, of course, it's worth pointing out a lot of overlap as well. Some of these names you've definitely heard before here on the day. So they're doing multiple races. And we'll see what they can kind of bring out of this. Todd Launchbaugh, I think, is one to watch. And here's the green flag on the initial group. And away they go across the line. Ooh, very close right there, actually, at the start. Antonio Zarcone and Wyatt Couch nearly a little bit of nose-to-bumper contact. Very narrowly avoided it as they come through and head on their way.
That was our first group. Those were the MX5 cars, the Spec MX5 cars. Next group we should see coming into our view are the whole Spec Miata field as well. They should be coming in now, and you'll see them come to the line in just a second. And because of the split start, they kind of have to get the green flag here, because if they don't, that would be kind of difficult to do. So as they come down towards us, you will see that happen. And I'm trying to find them here.
Again, yesterday we had issues with slits, but this day they've been a lot more cautious about making sure that they're quite far apart. But here comes the second group, green flag out, and they will start their race. Number 20 car, that'll be, I believe, Jason Rollins, already pushing up there to try and get around the inside edge of Jeremy Rudder. And not surprising for these big fields to have a lot of jostling up at the lead, because we've got, 8 MX5s and then 9, or maybe even more than that, 11 Spec Miatas out there. So big group fields between these two.
Yep. And here comes your Spec Miata, or your Spec MX5 cars up over Grapevine and through Cotton Corner. So this is our first pack. Trying to do our best there to, and we just saw one car go off just out of our camera range there. We'll figure out which one that is in just a moment. So here comes your cars here as they come through the off-ramp. They'll be coming on to the main straight, crossing the line for the first time in just a second. And here they come. Wyatt Couch, Antonio Zarcone, Todd Launchbaugh, John Davies, Ryan Gutell, Wesley Monell. That's how they cross the line first lap. Now you'll see the cars in the first group heading away from us on dogleg. And in just a second, you'll see them come up and over the hill. at the Grapevine, and then straight at us, straight into your living room here in Cotton Corners. Here they come. Please make that turn. Don't run over my camera.
That would be very unfortunate.
That would be.
You're brave to put it there, but it's a good angle. And
Well,
yeah, very tight in that Spec Miata group, honestly. Those front kind of four are all very close in. And again, all very talented drivers who are more than capable of putting on a good performance. And you actually see that group of four that's immediately behind, technically almost five. Quite a train of cars right there as they come through the straight. Now, the leader here, no real issues. That's that number 20 car. Like I said, Jason Rollins, early moves to get out ahead. And actually, Clement Lee will follow him up. So Jeremy Rutter, who started in pole position in the Spec Miatas, actually drops down to third. But really not a lot separating a lot of these drivers. Austin Varco, only about 0.15 of a second behind Evan Jacobs. So there's a potential pass coming in right there to start things off. Now, Austin Varco had a little bit of a slow race yesterday.
I talked with him about that. He is having some car setup issues.
Okay.
They made some changes last night that he thought were going to be good today. And he's got a brand new sponsor this weekend, Special Needs Coffee. Those who know Austin might know that he has autism, and he does a lot of advocacy group for the folks with autism. Special Needs Coffee, they hire people with special needs to help work their business. So obviously a good connection there. So I want to congratulate them in Austin on being a sponsor partner. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I saw his car with the new sponsor on it actually earlier today. So
It's an awesome looking wrap.
was very
Stop by
cool.
and take some pictures. And take some pictures with Austin. He's always happy to shake a hand and talk a little car. So stop on by.
yeah, a talented young driver, and we'll see what he can put together here in today's race. Definitely, I'm sure he's gunning for a more impressive performance. So we'll watch and see how he climbs. He's already in threatening position on Evan Jacobs, so I would expect a pass probably soon. But again, that whole Spec Miata group, very tight, and I can see from my position here that there has been a little bit of jostling as they come down the hill. It might have been actually David Varco getting the better of Rocco Ruzic right there as they came through the Cotton Corners. But, you know, as they pass through the off-ramp, you'll see the chain is still well alive. I mean, they're all quite close together. The two leaders are just starting to pull away. That'll be Jason Rollins and Clement Lee. And once more, Jason Rollins widening up his lead. Clement Lee not far behind him. And then we get the middle of the pack. And sure enough, Austin Varco got the better of Rocco Ruzic down by the Cotton Corners and is now sitting in fourth place overall among the Spec Miatas. So he's on the trail of Jeremy Rutter, but he is going to have to make up a 1.6 second gap to catch Jeremy, who's kind of the marker car for the split right now between the rest of the Spec Miatas and the top three.
Yeah, there's a fairly decent gap there between Rollins and Lee, and Lee and Rutter and Varco are going to have to get it together, literally, and work a draft. If they don't, Jason Rawlings might be able to walk away with these things if the three cars behind him can't do that.
Jason Rollins is really putting the boot in, and I'm interested to see if he can maintain this pace, Brian, across the entire course of this race, because that's something we often see a lot of drivers do, right, is they go very hard very early on, and then it only takes, the tires getting a little worn or you making an error, and then suddenly it's all been reset. But as we see them come by here, he is still putting on that blistering pace, but now things are changing behind him because I can actually see Clement Lee creeping up, or Jeremy Rutter, I should say, creeping up on Clement Lee, and just as he's kind of hunting, he's becoming the hunted because Austin Varco has put on a remarkable amount of speed as they go up into the Grapevine to catch right up to that pack, forming their own little group of three there between Clement Lee, Jeremy Rutter, and Austin Varco. So look out if you're in the position of Jeremy Rutter.
Yeah, and if those three cars can work together, they can bridge that gap to Jason Rawlings, and that is what they need to do if they have sights on winning that. If they just want to race for second place, then they can just go do what they're going to do here. So
we'll watch here as they come down the straight over the line, and yeah, sure enough, Austin Varco's kind of dropped into that drafting position behind Jeremy Rutter. Definitely looking for an opening, though, I would say, just by the way he approached this straight. You saw him kind of kick out a little bit to the inside.
he checked. I think he made the calculation of whether he had the room to make the move, and he just didn't. And this is something I know I mentioned in previous races, but we've seen drivers struggle with this straight all day in order to time that out. So maybe they're working together, but I think more likely it's a pass soon for Jeremy Rudder. And Clement Lee, I mean, he's holding about a 2-second gap from Jason Rollins. So Jason Rollins' lead is good, but I wouldn't say it's inviolate by any stretch of the word.
Shout out to Dick Roy. He just joined our channel. If you're enjoying what you're watching, please subscribe and click the like button and all that other fun stuff. We appreciate it. Oops. You know, as exciting as it is to talk about this Spec Miata race, we should refocus for just a few laps on this Spec MX5 field. They'll be coming into our view here pretty quickly. Wyatt Couch has the 1.2 second lead over Antonio Zarcone, and they're all still doing a pretty good kind of pack as well in that front Spec MX5 group.
I don't mean to wrench focus back.
Uh-oh.
I don't mean to wrench focus back.
All right.
But on the dog leg heading up into Grapevine, Austin Varco did just pass Jeremy Rudder to move into third place and is now chasing Clement Lee. So anyway.
All right. I just went back to it.
Yeah, you'll see that. You see the change. But anyway, to go back and talk about the MX-5s a little bit, Wyatt Couch is running a very good race right now. Fastest lap time in this race so far, 156.898. He's a good 1.2 seconds ahead of his opponent there, which I believe is Antonio Zarcone. Todd Lunchbaugh is kind of in the mix, but those front three are running pretty equidistant from each other right now, all things considered. And here coming over the line, Austin Varco, I think, thinking about going for it again, and that's a very risky pass. Right tight on the inside, trying to get through under his opponent, and he doesn't quite make it. Now, the bad problem that he might have right here, and we'll watch as he comes to the S's, is that he might actually lose position to Jeremy Rudder, who I think was moving to capitalize on that. And you'll see the three of them very tightly bunched there on your camera.
Yeah, here they come right there, and it looks as though that maybe Austin Varco ended up going back to fourth place because of that attempted move. But we're still really early in this race. There are still 12 laps to go. So the problem is if they get too racy back there, that's great news if you are Jason Rawlings. So, like, you let those guys race. I'm going to just drive away.
Yeah, it's true. Jason Rollins just keeps going.
You guys keep doing. Have fun. Switch positions.
Yeah, do your thing, boys. Do your thing.
You know, fight amongst yourselves.
Ryan Gutiel is chasing Michael Newmeyer, who's a name that we might recognize from some of our earlier races here today.
Oh, and look at this. Austin Varco is now trying to make that move again, possibly. And I don't think he's going to get it done this time, though.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, he's given Clement Lee and Jeremy Rudder a race to this afternoon. He's putting both of them through their paces the way this is going. And that's a tight group right there, those three cars. Austin Varco hungry, I think, for that second place spot, and he's going to get it if he can figure it. Looks like, unfortunately, Wesley Molno went on and off and came back on, so he's up in the fourth place overall. He's probably going to be a little bit affected there amongst the Spec MXs, or MX5s, I should say. Wyatt Couch, though, continues to remain pretty solid in how he's rolling. Antonio Zarcone had a little bit of an off and on there as well.
All right, that was your race leader in Spec Miata. And here's those three cars trying to fight for second place as they come to our screen again. Clement Lee, Jeremy Rudder, Austin Varco. We were kind of I was trying to get us to focus a little more on the Spec MX5 race, but now it looks like when I look a run through the field, the first five cars all have gaps of 1.5, 1.4 seconds. So clearly the best race on the racetrack is the one we're watching here in Spec Miata. So we will keep our focus on that, and if anything changes with the Spec MX5 cars, we'll certainly let you know about it. But right now, the top three in that class is Couch, Zarcone, and Launchball, with Wesley Molno retaining fourth, even though he had a little moment. But he's been able to collect himself and keep in the hunt there.
Yeah, they all seem pretty comfortable and quite evenly spaced from one another, whereas, again, the Spec Miatas are fighting, right? This group of three
And we come down to the dog leg again, and this is where we see if Austin Varco's changed tactics at all, if he still wants to play this very aggressive. Now, he's certainly putting on a lot of speed heading up into the grapevine, but he's not really finding the opening. And he keeps doing, he did this last lap as well, and you can tell that he wants to find it. So I don't think he's really backed off in the aggression. I was sort of wondering if he was going to hang back and drift, and last time he came down through the straight here in front of us, he was sort of showing us that. But I don't know. It's a little hard to read right there.
Well, the good news is that we're able to follow it here on the Cal Club SCCA US Majors race stream, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes here. And we could not do this stream without the help of Porterfield. If you need brakes for your race car or anything else for your race car, they got a ton of stuff. Check them out. It is Porterfield-brakes.com. Just as I say that and coming across the line, you'll see Austin Varco's trying to make a move again. Did he make it and complete it? Let's take a look.
He did.
He did. He absolutely did. Now let's see how long he can hold on to that spot. So Varco makes the move and gets around Jeremy Rudder. Now the only thing between him and Jason Rawlings is Clement Lee and 2.5 seconds. And there they are as they come through the scene. As you can see, Jeremy Rudder is right on the back bumper of Austin Varco after that pass. So not giving up at all. This is a lot of fun to watch, folks. I hope you're enjoying it at home as much as we are enjoying it here.
Yeah, Jeremy Rudder did immediately went back right into it, right? There was no hesitation there at all. So they know that there's a fight on. And Clement Lee, I think, is the one who has sort of just been running his own race. I feel a little bad for him because I think he knows that this is going on right behind him, right? And there's just not a lot he can do but keep going.
Right.
And now, actually, as they come down through the dog leg, and you'll see this on the camera, it's another attempt, I think, by Jeremy Rudder to get back around to Austin Varco. And Austin Varco might have almost fallen into the same trap he fell into earlier, which he tried to go for a pass here on Clement Lee. And I don't know if he's going to be successful in doing it. He's just going to edge Clement Lee out. And sure enough, he'll pull it out as they come up into the grapevine. That was close. He was right on the edge of that. Really impressive stuff, honestly, to pull that together and regain that spot over Clement Lee.
Well, and now the question will be, we'll get an answer to the question of whether or not those two cars are actually holding up Austin Varco, because he certainly seemed to be fast enough to make passes like that. So now we'll see if he can put and set his sights on Jason Rawlings here. There are 9 laps to go, and now some of those other cars are trying to make a move to come back on Austin Varco, but we'll see how this plays out here. If he can stay out front for a couple of laps, he can start to maybe bridge the gap and get a little bit closer to Jason Rawlings. But right now, the gap between first and second is 4.7 seconds. That's getting to be big.
That's big.
Especially in this class.
It's not insurmountable given the amount of time left as we are sitting about the halfway mark, but it is definitely big. But given that we're sitting at the halfway mark, let's go ahead and give you our full field rundown here at the midpoint of the race, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Don't forget to check Porterfield for all their car needs. They've got all sorts of stuff right there. And we thank them for supporting our streams here in the Racing Network YouTube channel. But starting at the top, your overall race leader and your leader of the Spec MX5 group, it's number 66, Wyatt Couch. In second place, number 31, Antonio Zarcone. In third place, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh. In fourth, number 70, Wesley Molno. In fifth place, number 67, John Davies. In sixth place, number 25, Michael Newmeyer. In seventh place, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In eighth place, number 15, Carl Young. In ninth place, number 5, Adrian Comstock. In 10th place, your overall leader for the Spec Miatas, it's number 20, Jason Rollins. In 11th, Austin Varco. In 12th, Clement Lee. 13th, Jeremy Rudder. 14th, Evan Jacobs. 15th, David Varco. In 16th, Rocco Ruzick. 17th, Chase Nichols. 18th, Jorge Diaz. 19th, Alan Lucart IV. And in 20th is Carl Yonk, and that is your full field here at the midway point of the race.
Should also note in the Spec MX5 group that Wesley Molno, he has made up 5 spots since the start. Austin Varco, he's 4 spots to the good from where he started this race as well. And as you can see right here, he's the first car out of this pack of 4, pulling away just slightly from the cars behind him. My big question, though, which we'll get an answer to in just a minute, is he been able to bridge that gap, which was 4.7 seconds to the race leader. He's taken a second out of Jason Rawlings' lead, so now it's a 3.8-second lead in Spec Miata. And with 8 to go, a second a lap, that'll get it done if he can get there. So
I will. That's more than enough.
even I can do that math.
You could do that. And it looks like Antonio Zarcone is getting a little bit of a warning here. The black flag, again, rolled up, but being waved most vigorously in Antonio Zarcone's direction. So he received that warning, and he'll hopefully take that one to heart. But yeah, as you were saying, I mean, time is in Austin Varco's favor if he can continue to maintain that pacing. That's the question. And it's worth pointing out, we talked about a bit about this at the very start of the race, but Jason Rawlings has been going full out from the moment that this started. And it's not a super long race.
Right.
But it is long enough that you do have to start thinking about things like tire wear. You have to start considering, how much pressure you're putting on the race car. And given the pace that Jason Rawlins has been setting, you do wonder, is that going to be an issue?
And I got to tell you one other thing. This class has kind of an unwritten gentleman's agreement to only use one set of tires for the entire weekend. When Austin Varco told me last night that when he knew he wasn't going to do well yesterday, he started backing off to preserve his tires with the idea that he's going to have better tires at the end of this race than the other cars. And if you look at what's happening, it certainly feels like that's playing out a little bit.
It does actually kind of feel that way. That would certainly explain the impressive speed advantage that Austin Varco seems to be leveraging here, because he is going blistering fast as he's chasing after Jason Rawlins, and indeed with Clement Lee and Jeremy Rudder as well.
Well, and it looks like right here he has absolutely pulled a gap from third place, and he's absolutely catching the leader here. There is Jason Rawlings across the line, and now another half a second taken off, almost a full second taken off. Austin Varco now 2.3 seconds back.
Yeah, he shaved another second off of it. So like you said, if he can keep maintaining this, he will actually, I think, be able to kind of assert that pass. It's worth pointing out as well, Jason Rawlins slowing down.
Oh, yeah.
Actually coming in a little bit slower off his last lap. He's at 2:02 right now. It's not a lot. But it is slower. And he's already had a big slowdown between, I believe it was his 10th lap. Not his 10th lap. His 8th lap and his 9th lap saw him slow down by almost a second. So he's probably not running out of steam per se.
But he might be running out of tires.
Especially if he's using the same set that he used yesterday.
Right.
So,
and that unwritten gentleman's agreement is an effort to save money. That's really what this is. Race tire is probably the most expensive thing for a driver in some of these classes, and especially with Spec Miata, where if you don't ball up the car, not a lot of work to do between races. So one of the largest expenses for these drivers is tires. So this class has that kind of gentleman's agreement, and let's see if the strategy that's being played out, though, will work here. There you see Rawlins come through. Second place car right there is Varco with the vapor trail. Here they come going into off-ramp, and then you'll see them coming out. Gap looks to be maybe not a whole lot closer on this particular lap, so.
Hard to say.
But we'll know for sure when they cross the line here. Last time by, the gap was...
that's smaller. That gap is definitely smaller.
2.3 seconds. We'll see what it is this time. 1.9 seconds.
It's about
with 6 laps to go.
0.4 of a second shaved off right there. 0.5 of a second. A better time for Jason Rawlins. Not only a better time, his fastest time so far. So
That's
far
right.
from slowing down, he's picked right back up.
Right, if you got to go pick up the kid or use the restroom, nope, now's not the time to do it. Sit down, watch the end of this race, folks, because there is a good chance that with a lap or so to go, Varco is going to be right there with Rawlins, and that's when this is going to get really, really interesting.
Keep an eye, by the way, just to check up to the MX5s really quick. Wesley Mono.
Yeah, he is
has
on a
caught
charge.
With Antonio Zarcone, who did get that black flag warning. And Wesley Molno is only about 0.19 of a second behind Antonio Zarcone, and
Right.
is belting hell for leather right now as they were coming down the stretch, trying to get around him. So that's something to pay attention to as well up there in the top. Really the only MX5, Spec MX5 race that's really going on bigly. Whoa,
Where
that's
is
not
Austin
good.
Varco?
Austin Varco, something's happened. I don't know what it is, but he's dropped all the way back into the pack, and he's just dropping.
I wonder if he missed a shift maybe, but whatever the case is, he is no longer where he was before.
And Jason Rollins might have just been delivered his win on a platter right
That's
there.
right. As long as he can keep it together right now, there's no way for any of the cars from that pack to catch him as long as he does what he's supposed to do here. Not quite sure what the situation was there.
Well, I can see over by the dog leg that there is a car that is off the track.
Okay.
And judging by when they came around, I don't know if there was traffic between the two of them, though. So I'm not sure exactly what happened. Those two could be two unrelated incidents. But we're watching now to see Austin Varco coming back through. Here comes the number 66 car. That'll be Wyatt Couch. So these are MX5s rolling through, kind of mixed in here with some of the slower Spec Miatas. Antonio Zarcone and Wesley Molno, they continue their struggle right here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about what happened right there with Austin Varco. We didn't obviously see it on our cameras, so we don't necessarily know. But a bit unfortunate right there between for the driver who was doing so well.
All right, trying to pick back up where we left off here. This is our Spec Miata group coming through, and trying to pick up our leaders here again.
Brian was consulted for the use of the monocular to give us an estimate on the car that went off on the dog leg. So it's kind of put us out. And yeah, I do not know what happened to Austin Varco genuinely, but he is all the way back down to where he started. Well, not where he started in the race overall, but where he started his very impressive climb to catch up to Jason Rollins. He's back down. He might even be behind Rocco Ruzic, so he might genuinely actually be back where he started in this race. Very unfortunate turn of events there for Austin Varco, who honestly was running a very solid race until something happened.
Right, no, it's we'll have to get some reporting back there when we're done here. All right, well, there's Rollins crossing the line now, and Varco's trying to come back a little bit here, but the second place car at the moment is Evan Jacobs. Clement Lee is in third, and David Varco, his dad, has moved into fourth place in class.
Well, that whole order has been mightily jimmied up, and I think we know our explanation. Because I can see it on my screen. The car that went off up there is, I'm 99% sure, that's Jeremy Rudder. And I'm going to just borrow your binocular here for a second and see if I can double check. It is indeed Jeremy Rudder. So Jeremy Rudder was in the mix.
Right.
Up at that top three group, right? With Varco and Clement Lee. And I'm guessing somehow it all got discombobulated right where we can't see it coming into the Riverside turn. And when Jeremy Rudder went off, unfortunately, Austin Varco, maybe they were on the brakes or something happened, and it all just kind of went sideways. And yeah, Austin Varco definitely trying to make pace here because he's chasing now another car. He's trying to get around, might be his Clement Lee.
I think it's his dad.
I think his dad might have let him by, just based on what I see about the order, because Evan Jacobs is gray, so we know he's up in the mix. And a little bit of dust kicked up there as well, and that might have been from our leader, actually.
So I do know the 98 car is red. So
Unfortunately,
so is Clement Lee, right?
there's a red car and a red car, so it could be either of them.
Stop picking on me.
Colors are not fun, but whatever it is, Austin Barco has gotten past both of them. So whoever it was, it's a moot point.
Right.
So he's back up in the hunt, and I doubt very much that he'll be able to catch Evan Jacobs.
No,
There's just
no.
not enough time. The only good thing I can say is that he might be able to come out of this with the third place.
Yep.
I will say, though, it was, in fact, Clement Lee that he was chasing.
Yep.
David Barco had already either let him by or he already gotten around him.
Right.
Well, it's a bit frustrating, I must admit. It's a bit frustrating for Austin Barco, but it's also incredibly frustrating for Jeremy Rudder,
Sure.
who admittedly was doing a great job of staying engaged and staying a part of that overall race until something went pear-shaped, and now he's sitting in the dirt waiting to get towed.
I'm
So
beginning to wonder if maybe Varco had a little bit of an issue coming through Riverside,
highly possible.
and everyone had to check up, and the best way to for
Jeremy Rudder.
Jeremy Rudder to not collect the entire pack was to just ditch out.
I was
and-
wondering that.
And it
actually.
may be really soft out there because we still have a lot of wet areas, so he may just be stuck in the mud.
It could have been a missed shift or
Could've been,
anything.
yeah, any of those things. So.
And that would be enough to set things out of whack.
And there is our pack of cars trying to chase down Jason Rawlings going through the dog leg. But I think that that ship has sailed. The gap at the last time by was 5.1 seconds. So
Yes.
with 2 laps to go, barring any kind of huge mishap, there's no. But then again, I say that we've had
Yeah.
huge mishaps in the final laps of these
Yeah.
races.
We have.
So,
Yes, Jason Rollins with a little bit of deliverance right there, if we're being honest, because the slow, cruel calculus of the timing was not working out for him right
Yes.
there. But he'll get the W. So by the looks of it,
Yep.
barring as you said,
I hope that's not the announcer's curse. You might have done it.
Might
have done it.
White flag is on deck here. So we'll see if the white flag goes, and it does. And there comes our leader passing actually Austin Varco right here. As Austin Varco comes thundering by, Clement Lee and David Varco behind him. And that is the start of our last lap here for the Spec MX5s.
And by the fact that the leaders are getting through here with Wyatt Couch lapping up that high up into the field, this isn't going to end up being the last lap for the Spec Miatas too as well. I think Jason Rollins might have to complete one more lap on top of that, but the green flag or the checkered flag will likely fall on that entire pack behind him, so they're going to lose a lap of chase time here. So this is even a better deal sealed than I think Jason Rollins could have hoped for. So. All right, the white flag being displayed to the entire field here.
Well, it was an interesting race, Brian. It's again, I gotta say, it's always great. The Spec Miatas, they bring the competition. They really do. They're a competitive group, and they've got good, talented racers in there. And it was another kind of competitive, talented race. And at the end of the day, you know, it's a good reminder in esports. Esports, wrong event. In motorsports, all it takes is a small little wiggle, and that's all it is. And then suddenly everything is off.
Don't hold your breath now, but there's a possibility that Austin Varco could get past Evan Jacobs here.
There
for
is
second place.
Look at him. He's gonna do it, I think, because they're on their last lap. The Spec Miatas just started their last lap.
Well, no. What's happened is Jason Rawlings started his last lap, and everyone else was behind the leader, so they're not going to get a last lap.
Well, they're not going to get a last lap, and that is unfortunate because Austin Varco
Was right there.
0.187 of a second off of Evan Jacobs. So the vagaries of racing.
Ugh. So what happened, folks, is that the race leader had gotten between first and second place in Spec Miata. So the first place car did not take the checkered flag. The winner of the race did, and everyone behind him, which was second and beyond in Spec Miata. So essentially, because of where the race leader was, the rest of the field lost a lap. And when Jason Rawlings crossed the line, he may end up being a whole lap ahead on the timing and scoring. It didn't really work out that way, but it's just really interesting to see how this whole thing will shake out at the end. So might be worth waiting for most of the cars to get across the line before we do a full field rundown on this one.
We'll let it play out.
Yeah, really interesting how sausage gets made sometimes, isn't it?
It is. It is. It really is. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Well, these Mazdas, they always put on a great show.
They do.
If nothing else, it's exciting, something to talk about.
I enjoyed it. It was a good race, and I feel for Jeremy Rudder, and I know Austin Barco is probably going to be a little frustrated.
Sure.
With the way that it worked out, but in general, a very solid race. And I've just been informed that this is our last car taking the checkered. It is indeed Jason Rollins.
So he will end up with a 1.07 second lead.
Wild.
I'm sorry, a 1 minute and 7 second lead.
Rules, man. You
And the
gotta
second
love 'em.
place car will show up a lap down, although that's not truly what happened. But it's crazy how the cards cards fall.
Let's go ahead and give our final full field rundown here of what's been a very entertaining race for Group 5. Your overall race winner and the winner of the Spec MX5 category, number 66, Wyatt Couch. In second place, he did manage to do it. Number 70, Wesley Molno, just by a nose, getting around Antonio Zarcone. In third place, number 31 car. In fourth, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh. In fifth, number 67, John Davies. In sixth, number 25, Michael Newmeyer. In seventh, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In eighth, number 15, Carl Young. In ninth, number 5, Adrian Comstock. In 10th, number 20, Jason Rollins. And your overall winner for the Spec Miata class. In 11th, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In 12th, number 2, Austin Varco. 13th, Clement Lee. 14th, David Varco. 15th, Rocco Ruzick. 16th, Chase Nichols. 17th, Jorge Diaz. 18th, Alan Lukart IV. And in 19th overall, number 38, Carl Young.
Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid for your race. All right, let's take a break. I need to regroup. We'll come back here with race group number 6. That's our production cars. That's up next. Stay with us. You're watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park live, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. We appreciate their help. We'll be right back. 2 races left in our program for today. Production cars next, then followed by our small formula cars. We are at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cal Club SCCA US Majors presented by Porterfield Brakes. I'm Brian Belansky. Tristan Parker here is with me, and he has our starting order.
That's right here in the Group 6 small bore slicks closed wheels. Let's take a look at our cars. Starting at the back in 15th position, number 19, Albert Correa from San Jose, California. In 14th, number 23, K. David Snow from Orange, California. In 13th, number 29, Gary Raymond from San Marcos, California. In 12th, number 16, Kayla Etherington from Henderson, Nevada. In 11th, number 18, Bobby Byer from Silverado, California. In 10th, number 112, Tom Tuttle from Austin, Texas. In 9th, number 85, Seth Harris from Canoga Park, California. In 8th, number 31, Greg Carter from Long Beach, California. Alongside him, number 2, Brandon Droz. We have not...
Drazy,
Brandon Drazy.
I think.
All right, Brandon Drazy from Goleta, California. In 6th, number 12, Joe Carr from Petaluma, California. In 5th place, number 66, Ben Valentine from Fullerton, California. And in 4th, 00, Lee Fleming from Lake Forest, California. In 3rd, it's number 40, Kurt Freecha from Mountain View, California. In 2nd, number 32, Michael Lewis from Poway, California. And then our overall race starter pole position, number 4, Glenn McCready from Redwood City, California.
You know, Lee Fleming's car should be 007.
It really should be,
I'm
but
really-
00 is good when you consider.
That's true. That's true.
We might want to take a look and let's see if that number 32 car is actually
Yep,
out
it's
there
there.
today. Because this was the one that had some issues at the tail end. That number 32 of Michael Lewis is actually sitting in pole position.
Yep.
So I'm not sure what happened to Glenn McCready. It's entirely possible he's not racing today and his qualifying score is just carried over. So it might indeed be Michael Lewis who's the pole sitter.
Yeah, because the 40 car is in 2nd place at the moment, and then you've got the Lee Fleming car. So, yeah, it's possible that Glenn McCready didn't make it out for this race, or he may have come to the grid late and he's at the back of the field. So, I think I'd pick him up at this point. We will know more here in just a brief moment as our cars come through and go to the off-ramp. They're going to come through there. You'll see them come into your view in just a half a second. There's the pace car. Lights are out. It will head to pit road here, and then it looks like Michael Lewis will lead them down to the potential green flag. Tracy Kane's our starter. She will decide whether they are lined up nice enough. And if they are in proper order, we will see a green flag.
That is what we are looking for here. Hopefully everybody plays nice and we can get the race underway. We've got one more after this. But for now, we'll see if Michael Lewis can pull another win out of his hat today. And it didn't start well because the number 40 car of Kurt Freecha just came surging up the outside and might have actually gone around him already. I'll get an idea as they come down here into Sunset Corner. And no, Equilibrium reasserts itself right there. Michael Lewis with the inside track. A little bit of an advantage. We'll cut back in on Kurt Freecha, but we can confirm again when we look at the S's.
Yeah, we can look again, and we can also, it's possible that Freecha decided that maybe he jumped the start a little bit, and it was smarter to give it back and hopefully avoid a penalty. I always look to the starters to see if I can see the start stand from the tower here. If they start talking on the radio, that's a bad sign. But it does not look like they're doing that at this moment. Yeah, so.
But you might be right. He might have been a little bit more deferential on that.
It might have been a self-fixing problem. So
because he was pretty fast off the line.
He was blazing fast.
He was excited. He was happy to be out there on the racetrack, as are all drivers, I'm sure.
Yeah. Hopefully he wasn't saying this is my one and only chance to get around Michael Lewis.
Yeah, it might have been. And say that, but again, yesterday Michael Lewis was running a good race in this category, and he had a mechanical fault in that same number 32 car. So it's by no means inviolate, and it's something that's happened multiple times to him over the course of the weekend. So no luck to be had, I think, on that one. Kurt Freecha, though, will slot quite comfortably into that second place position overall.
There they are. Lewis, Freecha, Joe Carr. Ben Valentine coming through our screen there.
We'll get another look at them too when they come by down through the off ramp and then up into the straight. But everything looking relatively set at the moment. I don't think that there was any monumental shifts in order either over the course of that lap. God, that boy is loud, I must admit.
Yeah, it is absolutely loud. And Michael Lewis has got a 1.4 second lead over Kurt Fritchie. Then you got Joe Carr and Ben Valentine. Bobby Beyer comes across in fifth in that Toyota Yaris. I love that car. Just
That's
love
wild.
that car.
A 2008 Toyota Yaris.
Well, and that's an example of one of our B-Spec cars. It's double dipping. Well, it's not double dipping this weekend, but it could. It's running in H production today. So
They
now we wait for the rest of the field.
they don't make the Toyota Yaris anymore, do they?
I don't know if they
I don't
do or
think
not.
they do. I think it got discontinued 2 years ago. I want to say something like that.
So this is interesting because we've got, according to timing and scoring, Craig Carter, Glenn McCready, Lee Fleming, Brandon Drazy, and Seth Harris did not take the green flag. Although I could have sworn I saw the 00 car there. But hey, what do I know?
What?
I'm looking at our timing thing, and 4 cars.
Oh my! Are we going crazy? Is it too many races?
Well, there's. I don't know that A equals B, but we could be going crazy.
That pack seemed a lot bigger.
It did. It really did.
Maybe it was when they were all bunched up.
May also be me just completely losing my mind.
I don't know. I mean, Greg Carter is taken to the pit. I can see him.
Okay. So.
But that does not explain the rest of that. The rest of that crew. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, nor do I.
Okay, David Snow is out there. It might just be that they didn't race. It might honestly be that they didn't race. And there goes the number 32 car of Michael Lewis. You'll hear him before you can see him. The number 40 car coming by as well. And then it's number 12, Joe Carr there, rounding it out. But all of them kind of falling into a happy pace here at the moment.
My favorite car on this group is coming across line right now. You'll see Gary Raymond. That is a 914 Porsche. Coming around here. There it is right there coming into your screen in just a second. And there he is. It's just he comes out here and he does his thing, and it's just a lot of fun to watch, and he enjoys his car, and that's what we do out here. It's called Fun with Cars. Hashtag Fun with Cars. And some people come out there because they want to be first place, and some people come out because they like to drive their car. So, and there's a place for all of those folks here in the SCCA. So we love that. There's your race leader, Michael Lewis, going through the dog leg, heading now towards Grapevine.
Well, I'm a big fan of the 1997 or 1977 Volkswagen Rabbit.
Yes, we've talked about that.
I always appreciate too that is it Mr. K. David Snow sets his car up right by race control, right at the center of everything. So you have all the big fancy movers and shaker cars, and then you just got the Volkswagen Rabbit, just the load car. It's quite funny.
It's beautiful.
It's intentional too, and I think it's great. I know it's intentional. Anyway.
Yeah.
There's Michael Lewis through again. Let's see how he's doing in terms of his time. It's his fastest lap yet at 155.579. Kurt Fritchie, 4-second gap there, and then a 4-second gap for Joe Carr behind Kurt Fritchie. So maintaining symmetry there across the top three.
That's right.
And that's what we're all about.
Greg Carter was in the pits. It looks like he's back out on the racetrack now, so I don't know if he had sometimes you forget to, or the window neck comes loose or something, and you got to come in and get it taken care of. Those are unfortunate little hiccups. I have no idea why he came in on that first lap, but he's back out there now, and he's the guy who's going to keep Michael Lewis from coming in after halfway, because he's the other GTL car in the group, and if he drives to the finish, that will force Michael Lewis to do the same thing if he wants to get the win.
Exactly.
But there's a lot of cars. There's 7 cars between Lewis and Chris Carter because of that short little pit stop, and it was a short one because he's still on a lead lap even with the pit stop. So that was must not have been a big deal. But they were able to get back out there. The race right now, E-Production, still 4.5 seconds between first and second place there. H-Production also has big gaps between first and second place, 13 seconds. Is that 13 or is that 18? That's 18. Papa needs new glasses here. F-Production race leader is Gary Raymond. We were talking about him. That is that 914 Porsche. And then K. David Snow in your favorite little ITC Rabbit. We don't get a lot of IT cars, improved touring cars out here on the West Coast, but that Rabbit's one of those ones that shows up, and he loves being out there. Kayla Etherington is in 8th, and then, like I said, Craig Carter is working his way up, and he's the guy who's going to make Michael Lewis drives 15 laps this weekend. You are watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors here on the Racing Network. We're at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are live thanks to Porterfield Brakes. Check them out, Porterfield-brakes.com. And they have brake stuff. They have other great stuff for your car. A lot of stuff to make your racing life easier. Tools, specialty tools, stuff that you kind of like, you don't know that you need until you go to the website. You're like, oh, man, that would be cool. That would make my life easier. A lot of that kind of stuff. So check them out. They're good people. They ship all over the country. Porterfield-brakes.com. Check them out.
And if you're interested in getting involved in our races out here at the Cal Club or just the SCCA in general, highly recommend you go check out calclub.com. That's the Cal Club website. You can find out all sorts of information about volunteering out here for our race days once a week, or once a month, I should say. One weekend with a pause during the summer because it gets very hot. But one weekend, come on down, hang out with some fellow car people. Everybody has a good time. Do all sorts of work out here, whatever you're interested in. We'll find a place for you. You can sign up for that on the Cal Club website or get yourself a membership to the SCCA and check out one of the many other fine regional groupings of the SCCA. And there's a lot of car racing going on all the time. So it's a fun place to be.
And SCCA does a lot more than just road racing.
True.
They do autocross. They do road rally. They do rally cross. They do track night in America where you can take your car. What kind of... You got a good car, right?
Honda CRV.
That's right. Honda CRV. I don't know that you can take a Honda CRV. That's a little tall.
Well, I don't know if I can take that one.
A little tip over risk on that one. But most any sedan or hatchback that you've got at home, you can come out to do some track night in America. That website's tracknightinamerica.com, so check that out.
All sorts of fun to be had. Well, things are moving at a pace out there on the track. Everybody seems to be just happy to have a nice Sunday afternoon drive, and that's all right.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that at all. It's been a beautiful day here in the Central Valley. You can see the charming mountains in the distance. Good, mostly clear skies here. Compared to our last couple of race days out here, significantly drier. So that in and of itself has been a boon.
It would be hard to not be significantly drier.
That is very true, yes.
So.
The water feature on the S's screen that you see is not an intended part of the track.
Yes, that's not normally there.
There's not a pond.
Yes. So they dubbed the pond that stopped our races during the Super Tour Lake I-5 or something.
Yeah.
Michael Lewis in that Mazda RX-7, he's got our fast lap of the day. It's a 155.418, and his last lap was a 155.486. So there is a modicum of consistency there.
Yes.
So Kurt Fritchie is now back 8.7 seconds. He is an E-Production car, so they're not racing for class position. Fritchie's closest competitor, Joe Carr, is in third, and he is 6.9 seconds back. So not a real close race there. Sadly, not a real close race anywhere on the racetrack at the moment. But you know what? That car sounds good.
Sure does.
It really does.
It's loud. It's very loud.
It is loud. There's
It's-
a little of that going on.
It's easy to underestimate just how loud that car is because you know, we sit up here in Race Control Tower, we're insulated. But man, when you're down by the track and you hear that number 32 car go by, you know about it.
Yeah, there are scores of 50-year-old SCCA workers right now who are slightly deaf because of Mazdas.
Not surprising.
Yeah, back when I started, ear protection really wasn't something anybody did. But we should have.
I was just thinking about it actually when I was looking out the window earlier, checking out one of the grids, and I was like, if I didn't spend too much time up in the control tower, I would have to wear something on my ears. Cause it is just
and
too
now
loud.
it's commonplace. Everybody wears it, which is a smart thing to do. But back 35 years ago when I started, you know, ear protection
was not the way.
Was not the way to go. Although I would keep, you know, those little foam ear pluggies. I'd keep them in my track bag, not for race workers. Whenever I would see a kid at the racetrack, I would just hand them some. Because nothing worse as a kid because of all of the overload.
Oh, it's so loud, yeah.
You know, kids won't want to come back, and if kids don't want to come back, then we've lost a fan. You know,
You're right.
So I would buy a box of 20 of them at the start of the season. I would just hand them out. You know, put these in; it'll be a lot better for you.
I wear them at concerts too. Actually,
Exactly.
It's not a bad idea.
I should have done that 35 years ago too. Thank
Yeah.
you for making me feel inadequate.
I'm sorry to do that.
No.
Not my intent.
There you go.
Not my intent. And
So did Michael Lewis have a hiccup? Because it looks to me like Kurt Fritchie has really kind of closed the gap here. It was at 9.8 seconds when they crossed the line last time, and if that is Kurt Fritchie, that is not. No, that's Gary Raymond. He just lapped Gary Raymond. Never mind. I'll stop. I'll shut up now.
well, there comes the number 32 car of Michael Lewis. And there comes the number 29 car of Gary Raymond. And then shortly behind him, the
Yep.
number 40 car of Kurt Fritchie, maintaining that 9.7 gap.
Yeah. So you know the timing, all consistent. The gaps are consistent. 9 laps to go here. Second to last race of the day. Next race, last race, is going to be our Formula F, Club Ford,
Yay.
and Formula FTS,
And the Formula Vs.
and the Formula Vs.
the redoubtable Formula Vs. of which there are many this weekend.
Yeah, comparatively many from what we normally have, but yeah,
Just one.
absolutely. Yeah. Well, normally there's 2.
Oh,
Normally
there's
there's
two. Oh, you're right.
And the funny part is one of the 2 we normally have isn't here. So
Ironic.
if they were here, we could have 5.
5 or 6, yeah.
So a lot of fun though, those little cars.
Our next event here for the Cal Club is going to be, I want to say, in late April. I'll check our schedule here so we can get it on the calendar. But again, if you're interested in joining in, it's a good time. You can come out here, you can try it out, and then we go into our summer break, as I understand it. So,
Yeah, it is just too darn hot in the Central Valley here.
It is.
The race between Memorial Day and Labor Day, so
Yeah.
we don't do it.
we have been out here at the track
Oof.
on some of those hot days, and it's just as wicked as the weather as the wet was, but
Yep.
in a different way, but just as heavy. Whereas the highest it's been, I think, when you and I were out here was like 110 or
Yeah.
something, and that just cooks.
That
Uh,
is an understatement.
yeah.
That is an understatement.
Everybody is miserable, so
Make dinner on the hood of your car.
you really can. But yes, our next race series is going to be April 29th to the 30th, and that'll be a divisional track event out here. And it's going to be the 1A clockwise configuration as well, which should be kind of cool. And that'll be the only event we have until October. So,
Well, I know a whole bunch of drivers will be happier that we're going clockwise.
yeah.
So, and then I got to go back to talking about the numbers in backwards order again, which is always confusing to me.
I don't use numbers. I just use the shorthand.
Well, that's what you should do.
But we are halfway through the race here, so let's go ahead and give you a full field rundown here at the halfway mark, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. If you ever need some racing brake pads, you go check out Porterfield. Porterfield does all sorts of fine racing equipment. And we thank them so much for their continued sponsoring of the YouTube channel here. So, your field at the moment, starting with your race leader, that's the number 32 of Michael Lewis. In second place is number 40, Kurt Fricha. In third place, that'll be number 12, Joe Carr. Fourth, number 66, Ben Valentine. Fifth, number 18, Bobby Byer. Sixth, number 31, Craig Carter. 7, number 29, Gary Raymond. 8, number 23, K. David Snow. And then ninth is number 38, Kayla Etherington to round it out. And there is your full field rundown at the midway point of the race.
We're having a good time out here at Buttonwillow. Weather has been wonderful. Currently 56 degrees. It says mostly sunny. I can concur, but we do have some big puffy clouds and a little bit of haze out here. But
Nice, good breeze as well. Quite cold, actually, the wind. It's been blowing all day, and you might even notice it when you're looking at your camera angles.
yeah, the camera angle which shows that most is this one. So the other cameras are all on
You can
tripods.
see the tree
Yeah.
moving quite
Well,
a
you can see
bit.
the trees. Oh, that's true too. But that camera is mounted on the fence line there, and the other ones are on tripods, so the wind doesn't affect them quite so much. But this one has been jostling around just a little bit.
Gives you a good idea of just the general conditions. I mean, the wind hasn't been a huge decisive factor for the drivers, but, you know, it all kind of contributes to the racing environment, so it's worth mentioning every once in a while.
Well, and if there is going to be any issues with the wind, it will be in the final group that we have, the tiny formula cars. It doesn't take a huge gust of wind to make their lives a little interesting. So,
Fair, fair.
these big, heavy production cars, wind doesn't do a whole lot to them. But
Formula V.
those Formula Vs and Formula F cars, it doesn't take a whole lot to go make you wake up and go, wow, that was a little something something.
It's
So
going a little wobbly. You don't want that. when you're
exactly,
going,
wobbly's never good in a race car.
a lot of miles per hour.
Yes,
So,
yes.
I don't know what is the average speed of a Formula V car. I actually don't know.
Well, the average speed's is probably 75 miles per hour, but they'll do 110, 120 depending on the gearing. So there's different ways to gear that car. We can
Sure.
talk about that more in the next race. But they use different transmission boxes, a long box and a short box, and they use different tire sizes too. So
Okay.
a larger rear tire is a different gearing than a smaller rear tire. So
Still pretty fast.
yeah,
is what I'm
yeah,
getting.
definitely. Well, when you're 2.5 inches off the ground, that's
35 miles an hour. It's pretty quick.
It's cooking. Yeah, it is cooking. So
That's pretty fast.
yeah.
Anyway, here comes your race leader, Michael Lewis, around again. I may shock you, but he's still powering through.
And it's still about 7 seconds back to your
Yeah.
second place car. So now it's 5.7
Oh,
seconds.
he's dropped a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Almost 2 seconds, in
Yeah.
fact.
Now keep in mind that they are not racing for position, or not racing for class position. Michael Lewis is in a GTL car. Kurt Fricha is in an E-production car. But remember that that GT Lights car that I was telling you that was going to make Michael Lewis go to the end of the race? He has now climbed back up into 6th place. He is 50. Well, let's see how far back he is. Has Michael Lewis lapped him yet? It's possible with that pit stop. They're lapping in about 6 seconds a lap difference between Craig Carter and Michael Lewis. So not quite been lapped yet, but yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah, 6 laps to go here as we round out our second to last race of the weekend. My voice is starting to go.
It always happens to me as well.
Yeah.
It always happens to me towards the tail end, and it's a lot of talking, to be fair. We cover a lot of races out here on the weekend. This is our 6th race out of 14 this week, and all of them have been over 25 minutes in length.
It's actually our 13th race out of 14. It's our 6th race today.
Numbers.
I know.
Never my strong suit.
Math is not.
Not my forte. Never has been, I must admit. I always get my numbers confused, and you might even pick up on that sometimes because I struggle to read the numbers of the cars, even though most of them are just 2 numerals right there.
There goes Michael Lewis by again. May shock you. He keeps going around. Not sure what he's about.
Yeah.
He just keeps doing it. It's crazy.
It's people who drive in circles.
People who drive in circles. It's quite an elaborate circle, to be
Yes,
fair.
it is an elaborate circle. But in the end,
Not quite a NASCAR circle.
that's right.
Which
That's
is more of an oval. don't pay enough attention to NASCAR to make any NASCAR related jokes. So everybody taking it easy here on the Sunday afternoon. A little bit of traffic out there developing on the course, but nothing that everybody seems too worried about. I think I see, is it Bobby Beyer in that Toyota Yaris doing some work over there, just passing a couple of cars. But again, all the drivers on the track right now being pretty relaxed about it. I don't think anybody's having a particularly hard time or being particularly competitive here. These are guys who just are doing their thing. And, you know, I admire and respect the relaxed attitude, especially considering we came off two very bustling races there, which was our Spec Miatas and our Spec Racer Fords. So a little bit more relaxed in tone here to close out the day. Just a reminder, if you want to catch all the action here from the Cow Club, or just us opining about the beauty of the Central Valley when we have nothing else to talk about during races. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Lots of good content on here as well. You know, Brian does a spectacular podcast inside the SCCA with all sorts of interesting insights. And, of course, you've been doing all sorts of coverage for the Super Tour.
Yep.
So you've brought a lot more to the table there as well for your viewers and listeners to check out. So that's all very exciting as well.
Yeah.
And if you look up inside the SCCA, it does come up as a Google result.
Wow.
So I did it the other day.
I've
He's gonna double
achieved.
check it. So let's see if we make
No,
sure.
no, that's not what I was going to double check. But what I was going to do is, because I've already lost my mind today, and I should probably have this all memorized. Our next Super Tour race is April 7th through the 9th at Virginia International Raceway.
Ooh, that'll be
And,
fun.
the next kind of local Super Tour race is May 5th, 6th, and 7th up at Thunder Hill. And stop by and see me there. That will be fun. And I will be up at Thunder Hill for that race. So
Sounds like a good time.
got some more racing to do there. And like you said, you gave the dates for our next race out here. That race you will find on right here on the Racing Network. And if you subscribe and like and hit the alarm bell, you will get an alert when we go live for those races. That would be fantastic. Yeah, good time. You can also subscribe and do all that same thing on the SEC official YouTube page, and that's how you would find out about the Super Tour when they're going to happen. And my good friend Greg Ginsburg is my announcer there, helping us out, He's doing most of the work actually. But yeah, you know, it's a good time. We enjoy it, and get a lot of streams there too. So,
You gentlemen know your stuff.
well, at least we fake it well,
Yeah,
if nothing else.
that's fair.
So,
It's a good production. It's very entertaining. So that's what
right.
matters at the end of the day.
and we're getting our production here, not quite to Super Tour level, but we're getting inching closer
It's
every
getting
weekend.
better every time.
And if you'd like to help out with that, there's sponsorship opportunities. Send an email to raceannouncerbrian@gmail.com. That's the best way to take care of that. And we would love to have you come on board. And it just takes money.
Yeah,
That's all it is. It's just
like
money.
pretty much everything. Honestly,
That's right. So
unfortunately.
we plow most of almost all the sponsorship money right back into the product. So it gets us more cameras and better graphics and people who are better at pressing the buttons than me doing it. That's our goal. And we're going to have a good time with it. So raceannouncerbrian@gmail.com. If you'd like to help us out, you get your logo up there just like Porterfield. And we say nice things about you often.
Yep,
That's what we do.
happily.
Happily.
Porterfield, great company.
Awesome. Yep, you can sponsor one individual race for the weekend. You can sponsor all of the races for a weekend. You can sponsor a
variety.
particular camera. You can sponsor the full field rundown in the middle of the
Good deal.
race.
A variety of sponsorship packages are available.
A veritable cornucopia.
Cornucopia. Kayla Etherington out there, number 38, sets her fastest time so far in the race, 2:17.397. So not shabby, all things considered. Kayla is in a, I believe, let me double check my sheet here.
I believe that's a Mazda.
Yeah, it's a 2004 Mazda Miata.
Yeah.
And Kayla, I think, was racing in one of our earlier races as well. Definitely, the Group 6 is one of our most varied groups. There's a lot of different cars out there. A little bit curtailed just because we haven't had as many drivers on the track. But we go everywhere from MG midgets to Toyota Yaris's, BW Z3, and the Porsche 914. We've talked about a lot of them, but it is wild to see one of our more diverse groups, and they always provide a very entertaining sort of cavalcade of cars out there.
Coming across the line right now, Gary Raymond in that 914, green 914 Porsche.
Setting his fastest time.
Well, there you go. Late race, tires are warmed up. Track temperature's probably as warm as it's going to be all day here. As we tiptoe close to 60 degrees ambient temperature here.
Michael Lewis making the round again. He just won't quit. I don't understand.
That's right. 2 to go. 2 to go.
It looks like we will be ending on laps here, according to what's the discussion that's going on.
Yep.
With timing and scoring. We are at about 28 minutes in this race, but they're going to go for the 16 lap. The white flag will be waved the next time Michael Lewis makes himself known to us.
And here comes that rabbit you like so much right there with the white windscreen windshield banner across the top.
Now, the number 66 vehicle, Ben Valentine as well, one of the Mazda, or the MG midgets. It's a cool little car.
We're actually going to follow that rabbit around for an entire lap. How about that? How about that? There.
Yeah, all credit to him. K. David Snow is a consistent attendee. He's here pretty much every race day. So
there he is there going through.
It's the kind of car that I would drive, honestly, if I was racing. Just something.
They're a ton of fun.
Something, small and interesting.
Well, and there was a time when the ITC class was just a ton of ITC Rabbits and Honda Civics.
What?
And it was one of the most highly subscribed classes in improved touring, and the cars are easy to put together, easy to drive, and people had just a ton of fun with them. So.
At the sake of sounding ignorant, I don't know. What's the ITC designation, by the way? Where does that come from?
So it's improved touring is what IT stands for. C is like any other A, B, or C class. Okay. And basically, when it came to fruition back in the late 80s, I believe, the whole reason was, and there's Michael Lewis crossing the line right now, the whole reason it came to fruition was because the showroom stock cars were only available for 6 years. At the end of 6 years, they were no longer eligible for showroom stock, so all these people had race cars, but no place to race them. So the club said, well, let's make improved touring. It'll be a regional-only class, and that's what they've done. The problem now is that being a regional-only class, people want to go national racing possibly and go to the runoffs. So in some areas, the IT class has become a little less popular. Now on the East Coast, in some regions, there's a ton of IT cars still racing every weekend. So it's very interesting to me as someone who's been involved with the club all over the country, how in some regions this class is really popular, in other regions this class is really popular. Yeah. So it's kind of the way the whole thing is played out. Brian Straczynski, I'll talk about this in the FE Formula V race. He gave us some specs for Formula Vs.
Oh, thank you.
That's
great to know. Yeah, I'm
we'll
always
talk about
interested.
We'll talk about that in our next race here. Thanks, Brian, for being in the chat. He's also always in our chat for the podcast and on the Super Tours. I call our chat friends our associate producers.
There you go.
Always there feeding us with good information.
You're one step away from a Patreon at this point in time.
I know. Well, I'm going to have to. That's coming, by the way. That is coming.
love a good Patreon beat.
That's right.
As someone who I'd say obviously have watched car races, but never at this level until I started participating in Cal Club, it's always interesting to learn how these different car classes came about and how they're driven. And
the specs and what have you, because you can watch. Obviously, we were talking about this the other day. Formula One has never been more popular.
Right.
NASCAR remains incredibly popular. IndyCar, but you get down here into the guts, and it's different. Checkered flag being waved right now, as you guessed it. Michael Lewis crosses the line right there.
What a
No-
difference a day makes.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
not a single technical gremlin. He
No.
will finish in fine fashion, and he's his second win of the day that he's going to collect because he was able to avoid the bugbear of Wolfgang Maita earlier on. So good for him. And that will set us up, I think, for our final full field rundown here for Group 6. So, your overall race winner, number 32, Michael Lewis. In second place, number 40, Kurt Friesche. In third place, number 12, Joe Carr. In fourth place, number 66, Ben Valentine. In fifth, number 18, Bobby Beyer. In sixth, number 31, Craig Carter. In seventh, number 29, Gary Raymond. In eighth, number 38, Kayla Etherington. And then in ninth, number 33, Kay David Snow. And that will round out your full field rundown here.
All right, so let's do this. Let's take a break. We're going to catch our breath one more time and bring us our final race of the day. That's Formula F, Club Ford, Formula V, and FFTS. That's next. Stay with us. This is the Cal Club SCCA US Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park live, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. We'll be right back. Race number 6 and 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 1 are in the books. One more to go. This is Formula F, Club Ford, Formula V, Formula FFTS. That's all next. We're going to do that right now. Brian Belansky here. Tristan Parker at the Cal Club SCCA Majors, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. And I'm tired.
All right.
Let's-
All right, let's go ahead and run through our full field here at the start, Brian. Starting in 12th, number 27, Stuart Patterson from Fallbrook, California. In 11th, number 82, Chris Ponson from Penryn, California. In 10th, number 40, Donald Manth from Santa Rosa, California. In 9th, 41, Ron Wake from Lafayette, California. In 8th, number 74th, Mark Edwards from Los Angeles, California. In 7th, number 48, Eric Paulson from Clovis, California. In 7th, number 48, in 6th, number 8, Edward Erlinson from Burbank, California. In 5th, number 5, how appropriate, Eric Little from Placentia, California. In 4th, number 28, Andy Patterson from Fallbrook, California. In 3rd, number 11, Denny Renfro from Kelseyville, California. In 5th, number 54, Chuck Horn, or in 2nd, number 54, Chuck Horn from Los Gatos, California. And then an overall lead, your pole sitter, number 23, Kenan Marshall from Laguna Beach, California.
All right, Ron Wake yesterday was the guy who was given pressure to Mark Edwards in Formula V until he had some mechanical problems. So hopefully he got that car back together and will put on a good race for us again today. So here is our field here coming through Cotton Corners, and they're three corners away from our front straight in a potential checkered flag or a green flag here.
Well, we will have to see here as they going. Everything looking pretty clean out here. Lights are out on the pace car, obviously. And the pace car will take it into pit lane, and then it'll be over to the starter stand, and we'll see what they can do with the green flag.
Everybody looking clean, and here's the green flag as the race gets started, and there they go. Speeding by the start line, it was Kenan Marshall, Chuck Horn, and Denny Renfro forming that top three.
And it does appear that Ron Wake did take the green flag, so that will be good for us anyway. We'll get to watch that battle as it comes together.
All right. As they get started here, this is a mixture of FFTSs, FFs, and FVs. There's about 4 Formula Vs out there right now, and let's say I would want to say 6 maybe, or a little bit less Formula Fords. So a good little mix here of cars, all Formula cars out on the track, all open wheel and a little bit lighter on their toes. A couple of unique patterns out there as well. Denny Renfro's Bumblebee car, always a standout. Black and yellow stripes. It's one to keep an eye out for. The bright yellow glamdring out there as well. Always a showstopper from Mark Edwards.
Right.
And a wide and interesting variety of cars. I always like the Mysterium that's out there as well from Ron Wake. We were just talking about him. It's a cool vehicle. A lot of Swifts as well in this group.
Yes, that was
very popular.
Very, very popular. And here comes our race leader across the line for the first time. Kenan Marshall will take the first lap lead. Denny Renfro second. Andy Patterson third. Ed Erlinson crosses the line fourth. Our Formula V should come through next. And there they are. Mark Edwards leading the way. Ron Wake is in second. Donald Manthe is in third in Formula V. Chris Ponson fourth. Chuck Horn in the Formula F car is all the way back in ninth place. Not quite sure what happened to him at the start. It's also possible he started at the end of the race and didn't make it to the grid on time. So our associate producer in the chat, Brian Szynski, giving us some good information. 110 miles per hour is pretty much the top speed.
All right.
Average speed's typically around 75.
Makes sense.
Those are the two transmission options I was talking about. The long box, that's used for the really, really the straightaways with the longest straight. Let me start up. The racetracks with really long straightaways, like
Sure.
Road America, Pit Race, Brainerd, as a possibility there. They no longer have the two-tire option. That shows you what's happened since I had a Formula V many years ago. And but yeah, so things have changed a little bit, but mostly stayed the same. Thank you, Brian, for filling us in here. I always like to pull this up and show the people I'm with pictures of my Formula V from back in the day.
As you should. As you should.
And for those of you out there who are familiar, I had a D13 Caldwell, and there's me
Look at you
circulating in my Formula V. One of these days, maybe I'll put these in the machine so I can pop them up there.
You should have them
And,
up. Those
show
are good
people,
little
so-
photos of you out on the track.
Give myself a little tiny bit of street cred with the Formula V community. Let me make it very clear, I was not very fast in a Formula V.
I'm fine.
But I had a ton of fun. So
We're out there.
Yep.
That's what matters.
That's right. So, and yeah. Bought that Formula V from the Rodman brothers up in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and longtime Formula V folks, Bruce Rodman, Dave Rodman. So, really good people. So. Brian thanks us for showing the Formula V race yesterday, and it was an easy choice, Brian. They were the best race on the racetrack until Ron Wake had his mechanical problems, and if that happens again, we'll do it again today. Up front right now, Brian Kenan Marshall just turned his fast lap and the fast lap of the day, and it was a 148.2. He went purple there. Denny Renfro 149.0, so about an 0.8 of a second gap between those two cars right now. And as far as lap times go, the gap between the cars 2.6 seconds. There are your Formula F cars coming through. It's hard to tell from the distance which ones are FF and FFTS. The FFTS cars have a different tire combination that they use. I think that's the biggest difference between. I think FFTS stands for FF Tire Spec.
There you go.
So that is the dealio there. Formula F cars can run tires from Hoosier or from Goodyear, and there's a couple of others out there that might put a tire together for Formula F. So
It's all Greek to me.
and as Brian tells me, David Rodman's still racing, absolutely. So.
Well, we didn't expect this to be a tight group in the sense that a ton of racing. We'll keep an eye on the Formula Vs because maybe something could manifest out of there. Sometimes it does. It did kind of yesterday. They got tight. But most of these cars out there are relatively comfortable. I will say, though, looking at Mark Edwards, Ron Wake, Donald Math,
Yeah.
last time they crossed the line for lap number 2, there wasn't a lot between them.
No, about 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second between all three of them. And I would imagine that probably stays relatively consistent throughout this race. And here they come again, so we'll get another check down on them. Mark Edwards still in the lead right there. And, yeah, getting a little bit tighter with Ron Wake, 0.333 of a second, as even as you could get right there across the board. And then Donald Manth, 0.852. So tight in that Formula V grouping, I think is what we'll keep our eye on here as we look over towards the S's. See if anybody pops up on our screen. Just a bird that flew across. That was about it.
And there is your Formula V battle as they run through the S's. You'll see out in the background there when they come through that section and then come up back towards Phil Hill. That's where you'll see the cars next, way out there. let's take this opportunity while we're here to talk about and thank all of our workers who are out here this weekend. Everybody from timing and scoring to tech, our starters, registration. Our race chair, Mark Smith, who without him, well, it would happen, but it probably wouldn't happen quite as smoothly. Mark and Cece do a great job of running the show out here for us. Our pace car drivers, Mark Schwartzberg. Never in the world will you find a nicer human being than Mr. Schwartzberg. Jeannie Parsons, our grid chief, and all of the folks at Grid, thank them very much. And of course, our flagging and communications workers out on the corners, beating themselves up with the weather. Thankfully, other than being wind battered this weekend, the weather has been pretty darn good. Our emergency workers, the ones who go out and pluck the cars from the mud, and when they're on fire, they go and put the fire out. And when someone gets hurt, they take them to the hospital. So, good job with our emergency team. Thankfully, they don't go to the hospital very often. Of course, we have all of our stewards. A lot of people that come together to make this happen. Of course, the track out here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. All the staff here thank them very much. So it's actually shaping up to be another really good battle. Now today it's a three-way battle in Formula V.
Yes, it is a three-way battle in Formula V, which is something that we didn't quite see yesterday. Yesterday, we did actually see Ron. I want to say it was Donald Manth and Mark Edwards got a little close, but it never felt decisive. But now it's decisive. I mean, Ron Wake had a .29 gap between him and Mark Edwards. Donald Manth only .3 seconds behind Ron Wake. So they're playing tight down there in the Formula V group.
And we're talking about Formula V because the gap between first and second in the Formula F cars is 5 seconds. The gap from second to third is 4 seconds. So not a whole lot. And then third to fourth is 11 seconds. So not a whole lot of action up front for those cars. I will say Chuck Horn, though, who somehow fell to the back early, has made his way up through the Formula V field, and he's now turning fastest laps. He just went purple with a 4. He went purple on 2 consecutive laps. This last lap was a 1:46.869, and that's a whole second faster than your first place car. He's got a lot of gap to make up, though, and 11 laps to do it. So I don't know that he'll get to the front here, but he will certainly get past a couple more of these cars before this whole thing's over with. But going back to our Formula V field, it is now, 0.2 of a second between first and second, and 0.3 between second and third. So this could end up being really fun to watch.
Excuse me. My apologies, caught me out of nowhere. You'll see too as they actually are going to come up through the straight pretty soon. Here they are. Mark Edwards still in the lead, but he's not the one who's in danger of getting passed right now. That's actually Ron Wake. He's got Donald Manth knocking at the door right there. None of them are going to make a move as they come down the straightaway. They're all going to play it cool, and this is probably what you should expect, I think, from the Formula Vs, is not necessarily a sudden burst of action, but perhaps a slow crawl up to it.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. They're about to get lapped too, not too long from the leaders in the Formula F race, so that will be something that could play into how this whole thing, worked out. The one thing also is that Chris Ponson in fourth place is quite a bit back, so these guys could get racy without jeopardizing any of their chances for the podium. And that would be fun to watch.
It would be. It would be very, very fun to watch, I must admit.
Yeah. Ooh, wrong camera. There we go. There is your group of cars there. So the car in the back that just went out for the pass, that's your race leader, McKinnon. Marshall lapping those 4-3 cars. And he picked a perfect place to do it, basically on a straightaway. No issues there. He'll get around those top 3 without any issue. And you'll see him now come through Cotton Corners first. And that just shows how fast that Formula F car is. Here are your 3 race leaders in Formula V. That is Edwards, Wake, and Manthe as they come through Cotton Corners. Now we see them all getting into the off-ramp. That's McKinnon. That's Kinnon Marshall. And then your little pack of Formula Vs that could.
the little pack of Formula V's.
That's right.
And we'll hopefully get a chance to see them as they come back around again. They're still getting lapped, so that's creating, I think, some issues. For example, coming down the straightaway, I don't think any of them could really conscience passing because they did have that number 11 car of Danny Renfro
Right.
kind of in the middle of them. But I'm sure when an opening comes, the way that it's been playing right now by Ron Wake, because it does seem as though he is trying to find that golden opportunity. But we say all that, and it should be noted. I mean, Mark Edwards is a consistent, talented driver.
Yes.
So I don't know that he's going to be particularly forthcoming, let's say, in opening up any gaps.
Right. We've got another car that's, I think, Andy Patterson trying to run around the leaders there in Formula V, trying to lap the Formula V leader. So hopefully he can find a nice place with a straightaway to get that thing done and not affect the battle for first place here in Formula V. We'll have a good sense of that here as they come through the dog leg. That was your race leader, Kid Marshall. Next up coming through should be Denny Renfro. You'll know that car. I call that the Bumblebee car. It's yellow with black stripes. It looks like a bumblebee. Next car through, I'm pretty sure, will be Andy Patterson. There you go. And here should be your race leader. See, the third place cars dropped back a little bit. I hope that really wasn't a negotiating lap traffic issue, but now Don Manthe has dropped back just a little bit from the two leaders in Formula V. We'll get a time gap here once they cross the line again. I think Mark Edwards, Tristan, is really showing why he is so good here at Buttonwillow. You know,
That's a very valid perspective, and I think this is a very solid demonstration of Mark Edwards' talent as a race car driver. It's not that either of the drivers behind him are untalented or anything
No.
like that, and it's not that that it's not a very he's having a very competitive race, because he is. I think he's just doing a really good job of keeping it together. And as he comes down the straight here, we talked about it. Unfortunately, he does get passed, but that happened a couple of turns ago, and now we'll see what Mark Edwards can do battling back from that position.
Sure.
Ron Wake in that pass set himself his fastest time, 206.215.
Oh.
So really put a blistering pace in. But we are halfway through the race, probably based on laps. Let's go ahead and take a look at our full field rundown here at the midway point, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads, a fine sponsor of the channel here. Starting with your overall race leader, the number 23 of Kenan Marshall. In second place, number 11, Denny Renfro. In third place, number 28, Andy Patterson. In fourth place, number 8, Edward Erlinson. In fifth, number 54, Chuck Horn. In sixth place, number 41, Ron Wake. In seventh place, number 74, Mark Edwards. In eighth place, number 40, Donald Manth. And in ninth place, number 82, Chris Ponson.
And that is your full field rundown here. We're going to do one more at the end of the day. We're wrapping things up here out at Buttonwillow. Our live coverage here is brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Call it Porterfield Race, Porterfield-Brakes.com for all your race brake needs.
And there is some speed coming out of Mark Edwards, and he actually manages, I think, to secure himself. No, he's not quite there. He put on a lot of speed coming down through the dog leg, though. I mean, genuinely, really trying to nip at the heels of Donald or of Ron Wake. But Ron Wake has also really put in a blistering amount of pace as the leader. Once he got by Mark Edwards, who did a really good job of holding him off for, the better part of, 14 minutes, basically. Ron Wake has just let it loose, and he's going to do it again as they come down the straight here, and you'll see him on the screen. And Mark Edwards is trying to coax as much power as he can out of that glamdring. But you see that sizable gap that's been opened up right there. Ron Wake, again, putting in another fast lap time. But hey, so did all of the Formula Vs. Every single one of them, that was their fastest lap.
That was their fastest lap, and the difference between first and second on that lap was 4/100ths of a second. And then the difference between second and third in that lap was another 6/100ths of a second. So they're running basically exactly the same lap times here. And this has been really, really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and a rarity for us as well. We just generally don't get to see Formula V races all that often. So here we are watching it in action, and it'll be curious to see how it plays out. Because again, we were singing from Mark Edwards' hymn sheet earlier. He's a very talented race car driver, but that gap between him and between him and his opponent right there, which is Ron Wake. I mean, it just looks hard to surmount. That said, still a lot of race to go, right? Probably about 6 laps, I would say, left in this race. So there's openings and opportunities. It's just it's a matter of, is he going to be able to find them?
And this year is the 60th anniversary of Formula V. Lots of celebrations going on.
Really?
They're going to have 30 vintage cars this weekend at Hallett. That's got to be cool.
That's really cool.
They're also going to do a big event at Pit Race where they're planning to have 60 to 75 Formula Vs. They're going to have 3 different race groups, SCCA Vintage and Challenge Cup. So if you like Formula Vs, folks, Pit Race is going to be the place to be. And Brian's telling us it's tough on the West Coast as Vs are not as popular out there. But some of the drivers out here do make it to the runoffs every year. So while it's not as popular, they're definitely good at driving these cars. So no question about it. And Mark Edwards was a regular at the runoffs. I don't know that he makes the toe out now, but he was there often. So yeah, definitely fun to watch. It's always been one of my favorite classes. And if I can maybe slim down enough to get back into one of those cars, I might do it again someday. Now that I have a announcer who can fill in a race or two while I'm doing it. So
we'll have fun.
Yeah.
Another fast and consistent lap. Again, the new fastest lap for all 3 of the Formula Vs. And again, they remain very consistent in terms of their time. All of them somewhere in the within 2:05.4 and then variations thereof.
Wow. Yeah, definitely.
So the problem here for Mark Edwards is that he can't maintain consistency. There's no
right.
I don't mean that he's not capable of maintaining consistency. I mean, he cannot maintain this level of parity. He needs to go fast.
Exactly.
And he just can't seem to find the speed because they're coming back around again. We're looking at him through the dog leg. And if anything, Ron Wake has found more oomph in his car at a time when Mark Edwards really needs to pull it out if he wants to win.
Right. You know, like you said, parity is not going to get this done. He's got to find a way to coax a couple of tenths a second here out of the car because you were right. I mean, it was so close. Every one of those 3 cars at a 2:05.4 something. So.
Yeah, any gas he can give it, basically, at this point in time, quite literally, as the case may be. I just saw him come around now through the grapevine and down into the off-ramp, and he did seemingly close up that gap a little bit, but not enough.
Right.
And this is, again, one of the patterns. Every time they come to the dog leg and up into the elevation change, he does make some headway, but he loses it coming down through the off-ramp.
And if he's not careful, Don Manthe will be right there to try to take second place from him as well as we move into our last 5 laps of this race. Fun to watch. We don't get to feature Formula V like this very often, and the reason we're doing it is because there are really no close battles for position among any of the Formula F cars. So, sorry Formula F. Today we're not paying attention to you as much because the big race right now are these cars here in Formula V. You've got Ron Wake, Mark Edwards, Donald Manthe, all putting on just a fantastic show here. And I hope everybody, unfortunately, last race of the day, some people have gone home. But if you're still here at the racetrack, walk out and watch this thing happen. I know, enjoy the live stream, but walk out to the side of the racetrack and watch these guys as they're coming by, because this is just like poetry in motion.
Oh, indeed. And, all credit to Mark Edwards. He's closing it up. He's 0.69 on that last one. So good effort for him. Unfortunately, Kidden Marshall, who was our pole sitter and our overall race leader, has gone off on turn 14 and some sort of mechanical error.
So he will be, by the looks of it, out of the race because a tow truck is being called in for him. An unfortunate end of the weekend for Kenan Marshall, who was doing so well. And we continue now to turn our eyes back to the battle between the Formula Vs.
Definitely. I momentarily lost them while I was talking, but I'll pick them back up here. I think they're about to head into the off ramp here.
Well, Donald Manth has made a bit of a mistake. Went off and on over by turn 11, and that's no good because he was the one who was kind of closing in on the backside. And you'll see how big this gap has gotten by the looks of it, because it appears that he's completely dropped out of the position where he was threatening Mark Edwards. So it really has now just become a matter of Ron Wake and Mark Edwards. And that's kind of actually, I would think, a little bit of bad news there for Ron Wake, because Mark Edwards was not necessarily being checked, but he was certainly being,
Right.
he was certainly having to think about Donald Manth in his rearview mirror, and now he doesn't have to consider that anymore at all. The problem is that the gap between him and Ron Wake is 1.797, and he's only got 3 seconds left. And I do not know, just based on how we've been going here with these laps, I genuinely do not know if the Formula V car has the oomph to make up that gap in that time frame.
Yeah, 1.7 seconds is a pretty good gap in these cars, but if anyone can do it, it would be Mark Edwards. And as we get to our final 3 laps here, and as you mentioned, that Kenan Marshall had that incident and he'll be falling back through the field, that means that your new top 3 spots in Formula F are Denny Renfro, Chuck Horn, and Edward Erlinson. They are your Formula F leaders. In second place overall is Andy Patterson, but he is in an FFTS car, so he's not racing for the lead with those other 3 cars up front. As we keep going here, Ron Wake is opened up a 1.7 second lead, and we'll see what it is at the line this time by. But that is a really big gap in Formula V where there's not a lot of horsepower. It's all about momentum and not staying off your brakes as much as possible. That's how little horsepower it is on these cars.
Yeah.
That they actually adjust their brakes before every session to make sure that their pads aren't causing any friction on either the drums or the disc with whatever they're doing. And that was one of the things I hated about Formula V was adjusting the drum brakes.
Yeah,
Now there's an option that these cars can adapt to go to a disc brake. I don't know if many have or not, but I think that'd be the first thing I would do.
Yeah. And here comes, again, Mark Edwards and Ron Wake. Now, Mark Edwards has shaved a little bit of time off of that gap, but not enough time, honestly, with 2 laps to go. It's going to take an error here from Ron Wake.
Yeah, it does appear that could be the possibility here. Well, we got 2 laps of racing left here for the weekend. It's been a good weekend out here,
Yes.
Beautiful weather, and no rain. That was the most important part. And we'll all be able to get home over the grapevine today.
Yes,
So
we'll all be able to get home. No issues with the weather. It's been a good couple of races. We've had some dramatic moments, and it's been very enjoyable.
yeah, we're definitely having a good time out here today. We're going to do all again next month. We'll have it live here on the Racing Network as well. And we are now working our last lap, I believe, or is it second to last?
We are getting
Second to
down
last
to
lap.
our second to last lap because the white flag is being unveiled and should be waved in just a second here when our race leader, that's Denny Renfro, in that very distinctive Bumblebee car comes through. Now, Mark Edwards has actually made up pace on Donald Manth. Wow, what happened? Or not Donald Manth, on Ron Wake.
And there's about a pass that's about to happen here going into
No way.
absolutely way.
He did it.
Mark Edwards is now going to be your race leader. He should be at the point when he comes down the hill here next time.
How did he do it?
I don't know what the situation was. It's possible that that Ron Wake missed a shift coming through up the gears through the dog leg. That's absolutely a possibility. But right now, it is in first place, Mark Edwards, and he is holding off or trying to hold off Ron Wake. Here they come across the line again.
How did he do it? We have no idea. It wasn't on the radio. Nobody went off. Ron Wake didn't make a visible mistake.
Well,
And wow,
Mark Edwards is back in first.
He is back in first, and he's got a 0.4 of a second lead with 1 lap to go. 2.6 miles until the potential checkered flag for Mark Edwards. I will tell you one thing, Ron Wake will try not to make this easy on him. Here they come towards us now. You will see them coming in just a second. With the cameras and the light here late in the day, it's a little hard to see, but there they are. It looks like Edwards is still your race leader there.
Well, this is really quite something. I did not expect. I mean, we've just been sitting here talking about how we thought it was so unlikely that he was going to be able to retake it.
Half a lap ago. Not even half a lap ago.
A 1.5 second gap. So whatever happened over in the black box by the trees that we can't see around Phil Hill, whatever it was monumental as far as Mark Edwards is concerned. Now, though, look at this. That's not as easy as we thought it was going to be. I mean, it's not going to be easy at all. And this is Ron Wake trying to challenge him, very much so. And look at the speed Ron Wake is getting out of the car. But Mark Edwards not going to let him have that at all. Some very good defensive driving from Mark Edwards. And whoa! Had to slam on the brakes there. And that might have been enough. Ron Wake slips around the outside of Mark Edwards. Mark Edwards, I think, nearly got run off the track at the very tail end. And that might have sealed the deal, honestly.
And we're going to get to see them here one more time come into the off-ramp. And it does look like Ron Waite's back in the lead. Is there any chance for Mark Edwards to make one more move here? They come off the off-ramp going onto the main straight. And you're going to see them come right into our view here in just a minute.
He just doesn't have the speed.
And here they come. There is your race winner. It is going to be Ron Wake, then Mark Edwards. What a great final couple of laps, Tristan.
A very impressive set of laps right there, and a great bit of interplay between Ron Wake and Mark Edwards. I do not know what happened up there going into that off-ramp turn, but Mark Edwards had to brake hard, and Ron Wake just slingshotted himself right past. Well, that, I think, brings us to the end of this Group 7 race.
What a fantastic way to end a
very
really good
finish.
weekend of racing here at Buttonwillow.
Indeed.
Let's go through the full field here before we say goodbye. I've lost my voice. It's gone.
Our final full field rundown here for this last Group 7 race. It'll be your overall race winner and the winner for the Formula Fords. That'll be number 11, Denny Renfro. In second place, number 28, Andy Patterson, the overall winner for the FFTS. In third place, number 8, Edward Erlinson. And then your overall winner for the Formula V is in fourth place, number 41, Ron Wake. In fifth place, number 74, Mark Edwards. In sixth place, number 40, Donald Math. And then last but certainly not least, in seventh place, number 82, Chris Ponson. And that is the end of your field.
All right, that's going to do it for our final race of the weekend here from Buttonwillow. So many people to thank, and we've done that throughout the afternoon. Not the least of which is my partner here, Tristan Parker. Thank you for being here and doing this with me. Our next race weekend, April 29th and 30th, right here at Buttonwillow. Our races will be live right here on the Racing Network. I believe it's going to be another 7 races on Saturday, another 7 races on Sunday, and we will have them all for you here. You have been watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors races here from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We have been live, and it is all possible because of the good people at Porterfield Brakes. Go check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. He's Tristan Parker. I'm Brian Polanski. Thanks for being with us. Have yourself a great weekend, and go play with cars.